Okay, Chair, we're now streaming live on YouTube. When you're ready, would you like to start the meeting?
Thanks very much for that, Wendy. Good morning and welcome to East Devon District Council's Virtual Strategic Planning Committee on the 25th of January 2022. I'm your Chair, Councillor Dan Ledger. The meeting today is for information gathering purposes only. Members will not be making any decisions or indications on whether sites should be included in the draft local plan. In the event of a break in the internet connection, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. After 15 minutes, if we're not able to reconnect, we will consider the meeting adjourned and reconvened at a later date. If you wish to make a comment, please raise your electronic hand and wait to be called. Any member of the public can view the agenda by visiting our website at eastdevon.gov.uk. We'll now start the meeting by doing a roll call of committee members here present. Over to you, Wendy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with you. Councillor Ledger.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Arnott.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Bailey. Councillor Bonetta.
Present, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Bonetta. Councillor Chamberlain.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Hayward. Councillor Howe. Councillor Ingham. Councillor Moulding.
Present.
Councillor Pratt.
Present. Thank you.
Councillor Rylance.
Present, thanks.
Councillor Skinner.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Chair, we are correct, and back to you.
Thanks very much for that. Agenda item 1 is running order of presentations. They're available on pages 3 and 4 of the agenda. There's not really much more to say other than just at this time I'd hand over to our service lead, Ed Freeman, just to bring him in ahead of the presentations today. Over to you, Ed.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry to interrupt. We just need to do declarations.
That's afterwards. So we'll do the report from Ed, then we'll move to apologies and then declarations of interest.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to remind members that details of these meetings was arranged as per the resolution of committee at the November meeting. Members will recall that officers were instructed to prioritise the mid-scoring sites coming forward where there were too many parties wishing to present compared to the time available. That is what's happened. We've actually got quite a lot of requests that we haven't been able to accommodate today. Indeed, I think 27 additional sites were put forward for presentation that we haven't been able to accommodate over today and tomorrow. So as I say, we focused on the mid-scoring sites and then worked through in terms of the order through the new community proposals first of all, and then through the proposed settlement hierarchy, so through the principal settlement sites at Exmouth, and then through the main towns, local centres, and through the tier 4 villages as we work through today and tomorrow. I will be bringing a report to members at a meeting that's being arranged for late February to discuss how we deal with those remaining interests to present and whether members wish to set aside additional time to hear those presentations. Otherwise, as I say, what you've got before you today is those mid-scoring sites, with the exception of the new community sites for which we hadn't actually published scoring for those sites. That's primarily because we felt it was premature to do that at this stage, with additional work still ongoing to understand and fully assess those sites. We felt it was important for members to hear presentations on those sites today. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. Just another quick point from myself and just house rules of today. I just asked members that when we go through the 15-minute presentations and we come to the Q&A sessions, this isn't a time for members' opinions. This is a fact-finding meeting and we will be asking very short, quick questions and of the presentation and the people presenting. It isn't a time to ask Mr. Freeman questions. This is solely to find much information on each individual site as possible. That's the only thing that I'd like to make. Councillor Bailey, you wish to make a comment?
Thank you. Can you just clarify, please, Chair? Is the meeting, so will we not know about those other sites until that meeting in late February? And can we, if possible, please try and avoid that meeting to take place in half term, because we've already got 2 other meetings in half term. So that's just a request from me. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's just a case of when we can actually fit the meetings in. I know that our Democratic Service team do work hard to try and avoid half terms, but sometimes it is unavoidable with the schedule of meetings that we have currently got. I will try as best as we can to avoid it, though. Unless there's any other questions, we move on to agenda item 2, which are apologies. Wendy, do we have any apologies?
Yeah, we've got quite a few members not here, but I've only received 2 apologies from Councillor Allen and Councillor Blakey.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to declarations of interest. So it's as usual, members, please declare the item number, what type of interest, whether it's a personal or a DPI, and why you're declaring that interest.
If I may, Chair, also clarify. Whilst this meeting is purely for information gathering, members, for the Strategic Planning Committee, it's still a requirement for members to make their declarations of interest as normal, as the Chair has just said, either when your name is called or as soon as you realise during the meeting. However, if having declared a personal interest in a site, then as this is not a decision-making meeting, issues of bias and predetermination do not apply. So therefore, please could you clearly identify the site in which you're declaring an interest, which would make it a lot easier for democratic services moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaw. So I'll start with the chair, Councillor Ledger.
None for me that I'm aware of, thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I'm just getting my agenda up because it just crashed. So this is item number, oh, it's any land in Exmouth anyway. I can't find it now. I think we've got one in Exmouth, haven't we? Oh yes, just
6,
before
8 and
lunch.
10, 12, 6, 8, 10 and 15.
Thank you, Chair. I don't seem to have numbers on mine. Yes, I'm an Exmouth Town Councillor. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll move on to Councillor Arnott.
None, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Just a personal interest for all items that I'm a Devon County Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain.
No declarations of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. I've just seen we've got Councillor Howe in the meeting. Good morning, Councillor Howe. Do you have any declarations?
Bishop's Cliff Parish Councillor is the only one I wish to make at this time.
Thank you. Do you have Councillor Moulding?
Not as far as I'm aware, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt?
None, Wendy, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance?
I'm ward councillor for Broadcliff Ward, which includes one of these sites. I think probably the second item. Otherwise, not today. Thanks.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Skinner.
Oh, yes. Well, I would have a whole list of interests that I need to declare. And the first interest I will declare is that through an emergency powers, I've now become, as of the week before last, a member of the Plymtree Parish Council, but hopefully this evening that will be put right, and I won't be, so I might not be tomorrow, but I am today, so I will make that declaration now. Secondly, I make a personal interest, declaration of interest in land owned and submitted by myself through the HELA process in Tallerton, although that particular piece of land is not within this documentation. My third interest is going to be a personal interest in my friendship with the FWS Carter and Sons, and they are speaking at 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, I don't have numbers for that, but at 10 o'clock. And I also am going to declare a personal interest in my friendship with the Stewart family, who are speaking at some point. Not sure where that is on the idea, trying to find it on the agenda, but that's my declarations of interest at this point. If there are any more as they come up, Wendy, I'm sure I will let you know at the particular time.
Thank you.
Thank
Back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much, all.
I'm terribly sorry, Chair, if I could.
Yes,
It's just having realised I ought to declare personal interest, because an awful lot of these developers that are presenting to us are well known to me.
Okay.
I don't call them friends or anything else, but certainly I don't want anyone pointing the finger saying, you know, the Carters, the Downs, and all the rest of it. So numerous are well known to me because I've either represented the wards or went to school with a lot of them. But no friendships, if you get my meaning.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howe. Very much appreciated. So we move on to agenda item 4, presentations from developers and landowners and promoters. And I would like to welcome Neil Mantle and Nathan Edwards to the meeting. Gentlemen, you have 15 minutes. We'll follow that by a short Q&A, and it's over to you whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Okay. Can everyone see the presentation?
We can indeed.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you and good morning. My name is Neil Mantell and I'm from LRM Planning. I'm here with my colleagues Paul Duddridge from the Cherwell Group, Nathan Edwards from Urban Wilderness, who is a master planner and an urban designer, and Richard White from Mars White Transport. The presentation today will be led by Nathan and myself, although Paul and Richard are on hand to answer any questions that you might have regarding their specialisms. The Cherwell Group control land at Axhays, which is the subject of this presentation. They are experienced landowners and promoters and developers. The 3 images on the slide are some of the schemes that they've delivered in the past. They've appointed a consultant team that includes Nathan, myself and Richard, who collectively have experience of working and delivering projects within East Devon, including at Redhays and Cranbrook. The plan on the screen identifies the subject site. It's approximately 32.3 hectares in size. It is located immediately north to the A3052, to the west of the Hill Barton Industrial Estate and Yeo Business Park, to the north of Exeter City Football Club's training ground, and to the west is West Point Indoor Arena and Exhibition Ground, with Cliff St Mary and Junction 30 of the M5 located further to the west. It is located in close proximity to Soughton Industrial Estate, which is to the west, Exeter Airport Industrial Park and Sky Park to the northeast, Exeter Science Park to the northwest, and Exeter City Centre, which is around 7 kilometres to the west. It is therefore located in close proximity to a range of services, facilities, and employment opportunities. Recognising these credentials, planning inspectors have in the past identified this broad area as being well related in sustainability terms. As can be seen from the plan on screen, the site is located centrally within the indicative area of search provided at paragraph 5.9 of the working draft of the local plan. It is within this area of search that the proposed new community may fall. The site was considered as part of a larger strategic option for growth within the GESP, site SAED3. The assessment work identified a number of opportunities with the development of the site, including that around 30,000 jobs were located in 5 kilometres of the site, its proximity to the Cliffs Valley Regional Park and the proposed Cliffs Valley Trail, the existing bus services that operate along the A3052, the potential for the site to deliver a mix of uses, including employment land provision, and the potential for the site to link to the proposed district heat network associated with the waste uses at Hill Barton and Greendale Barton. The assessment work stated that the development of the site would require the creation of, and I quote, a great place to live and work, providing well-designed new neighbourhoods with appropriate and well-managed public open space and safe walking and cycling routes. All sites will need to provide a mix of homes, including affordable and custom build, investment in low carbon energy, transport, high-speed internet and wildlife enhancements. Other requirements included the provision of SANGs, sustainable transport improvements, education provision, measures to address flood risk, and the need to respect the privacy of existing dwellings located nearby. And it is within that context, the opportunity to accommodate strategic growth along the A3052 corridor that the Cherwell Group have developed their proposals, which they see as forming one neighbourhood of a multinodal new community. I will now hand over to the Cherwell Group's master planner, Nathan Edwards of Urban Wilderness, to explain these proposals.
Thank you, Neil. The slide on screen, I'm just going straight into the proposals, indicates one of a number of options that we've been exploring. The site has roughly 15 hectares worth of developable space, which purely in sort of homes terms at an average of 35 dwellings per hectare would put you in the capacity of around 550 houses. However, the option shown on screen looks at the potential to expand and to build on the existing Hill Barton Business Park and provide some area for employment uses divided from the residential area in white by a sort of strategic link coming from the A3502 and then progressing north through the site with the potential to link further north and connect up to the A30. So this particular proposal seeks to deliver 350 houses at a 35 dwelling average and 4.8 hectares of employment land, with the opportunity for some community facilities at a bridging point between those elements, providing for connections back into the Axes Business Park and into the Hill Barton Business Park for local use and local facilities, also providing for residents and potentially linking across to the Cat and Fiddle sort of caravan park and the Cat and Fiddle Inn, so that it creates a sort of bridging point through the middle of the site. The distribution of development as shown essentially looks at an access off the A3502, which on plan is a 4-arm roundabout, but subsequent work has shown a 5-arm roundabout in that location can be accommodated. And a roundabout of that scale and that capacity provides for both this development and onward links up to the A30. That would also provide for a access down into the Cliff Hill training ground with one of the arms. So whilst that's not shown on this particular plan, the development of this work has shown a direct link down into that facility, and a reprovision of the current access that heads north into the Axes Business Park at that location. Thank you, Neil. We are confident that a roundabout of this sort of capacity is deliverable in this location, and I'll come back to some of the constraints that we've been working around later in the presentation. As I've shown, the main sort of spine link does progress north, and if Neil, you wouldn't mind just pointing at that dotted arrow, thank you, does have the opportunity to pass through the site. There's a lane that runs along the top of the site, which we would look to retain on our boundary and could potentially become a pedestrian cycle route linking to the Cliffs Valley Regional Park. But there is an opportunity to pass north into our neighbours at that point and onward to the A30. And Neil, if you wouldn't mind just skipping to the next slide, please. We've shown here how our site in red, the bottom of the plan there, identified as Axes, could become part of a much broader neighbourhood. This is clearly one option of many, and you'll be hearing later from other promoters in this area. And we're very happy as a development team to work with our neighbours to that broader vision. We've currently envisaged this as a north-south link between the A30 and the A3052 in order to ultimately help alleviate some of the pressure on the M5, particularly at junction 29, but linking through between those neighbourhoods to create distinct but interlinked communities, and distinct and interlinked neighbourhoods within a broader area of search or settlement. And given the two water courses that pass between these distinct parcels of land, which you can see passing east-west through the plan, some very strong opportunities to extend the Clist Valley Regional Park through and into this neighbourhood to create an interlinked green infrastructure and to maximise this site's biodiversity potential and recreation and amenity potential. And distribution of development on the Axe Hayes site has sort of had cognizance of that. Hence, the northern part of the site particularly has been left very much open for that sort of eventuality to be further explored. Neil, if you would mind to go to the next slide, please. Just in terms of some context for the site and the factors that have informed the proposals as they stand, we've undertaken a suite of technical work, and this work is ongoing. This slide seeks to just summarize some of the kind of regional or sort of contextual constraints to the site. There are no listed buildings or ancient monuments or any sort of historic interest within the site boundary itself. There is a scattering of listed buildings. You can see those as the dots on the plan, the coloured dots, sort of around the site, but no intervisibility between the site and those elements. And the site does not form part of their setting. The site does not form or does not have any ancient woodland. It is not within the Clist Valley Regional Park. It's not within an area designated for its importance for beauty or for landscape purposes. And in fact, the AONB falls some distance away, albeit there is some intervisibility between the northern part of the site and the AONB, which is another reason why that northern part of the site we're looking to keep open and to maintain and potentially capitalize on some of those more distant views from that higher ground. There is a small area of flooding in the bottom corner of the site, and the work that's been undertaken by the consultants Calibro has identified that with that area of flooding, that the site is capable of mitigating for that within the bounds of the red line, and that doesn't impede on the site's ability to access onto the A3052. Neil, if you wouldn't mind skipping to the next slide, please. These are just three typical shots of the site. Many of you will know it, I'm sure, but it's typically open sort of pastoral arable land. Hedges are generally very well kept or low, or in many places absent. It's quite an exposed site in the sense that there's no vegetation, but in it, the lower parts of the site are very visually contained. The northern parts, the bottom image, show the more distant views south. There's very little cover, and there's very little of any interest on the site. There's no ecological value. The ecology surveys that have returned have shown all the interest in the boundary of the site and in the vegetation that we would seek to retain. Neil, if you wouldn't mind skipping to the next slide, please. This summarizes those constraints with a falling topography from the north to the south, that area of flooding identified at number 1 on the plan, and some of the views that are available from the northern part of the site, and the internal hedgerow structure, which you can see if you compare back to the original plan, has all sought to be retained in the proposals as they currently stand. There are opportunities to explore further links to the Cat and Fiddle and to West Point, Exeter, and there are works ongoing as we speak in terms of the technical work that underpins the current proposals. They are in an early stage of development, and we're very much looking forward to working with our neighbours to develop the proposals further. Neil, if you wouldn't mind skipping to the next slide, please. I'm just conscious of the time we have. This slide shows that the site could come forward rapidly. It's in a single ownership with an access directly off the main highways infrastructure, and then over a period of time could expand north as the Bloor site. If the Bloor site is considered acceptable, expand south to create and interlink a neighbourhood with that connection between the A30 and the A3052, and indeed to any other connections that may make landfall through this broader area of search, because in terms of capacity, our understanding and our belief would be that additional routes would indeed be required.
Just a minute left, Mr. Edwards, thanks.
Thank you. I've actually just come to my conclusion. I was going to hand back to my colleague, Neil.
Yep. So with that, if members had any questions about the scheme, we'd be happy to field in those questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Could you please take the slides off the screen, please, so just so that we can see the other members?
Yep. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Members, just so that you're reminded, I will be taking priority to committee members themselves over non-committee members. Please keep your points really short and sweet, and please just direct your points towards the gentleman presenting. Councillor Ingham, I realise you've joined the meeting. Do you have any declarations you wish to declare? I'll take silence as a no for now and ask again in a second. Councillor Reinitz, we come to you, please.
Thank you. So I think my question is for, I can't remember your surname, but Neil. Your plan, is it expressed in crowflies distances or road distances? And have you made provision for some kind of transport scheme within your plans? First question is most important, though, at the moment.
I'm not sure I referred to any distances in my presentation, so I think Nathan put together the plan, so he might be better to answer that. Nathan, in terms
if I may,
crowflies.
You said the site was 7 kilometres from
Exeter. Sorry, yeah.
City.
Sorry, that's So that was me, and that would be as the crowflies. Yeah.
Councillor Bailey, come to you, please.
Thank you. What I'm not quite clear about, thank you for the presentation, is whether this is just considered as a development site for houses or whether it's part of the entire community with the sites adjacent. So that's not quite clear to me. I didn't hear anything about the infrastructure that would be delivered as part of this project. And in particular, I'm concerned about the proposed or the referred to road between the A3052 and the A30. There were kind of references to that, but I'd like some clarification, please, on is that proposed in conjunction with this site, or is that part of if the other sites come forward? So I'd just like to get a better understanding, please, of those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So the proposals respond in part to some of the opportunities that were presented through the GESP analysis. So it's a mixed-use development that incorporates employment lands as well as housing, which were referred to in the GESP analysis. We also provide some neighbourhood facilities. So the idea would be a small neighbourhood centre on the site to try and internalise trips for daily requirements. Similar approach has been taken at Cranbrook, for instance. In terms of wider infrastructure requirements, our understanding is that there's a consultant brief that the council are preparing that would look at the implications of strategic growth at this location as part of a new community. We're keen to work with the council as part of that process. We acknowledge that a scheme of 8,000 houses will have a significant infrastructure needs that our development would have to contribute to. In terms of the vehicle link between the A3052 and the A30, again, I think that was that falls out of the GESP analysis as an opportunity to alleviate some pressure from junction 29 and 30 of the motorway. So we were just trying to future-proof that vehicle link in our proposals.
Thanks very much for that. I'm very conscious of the time. I just ask members, if you do have any further questions, we can put these to Wendy, and we can ask the presenters to answer the questions, and we will then insert those into the minutes. So those remaining with their hands up, please send your emails over to Wendy, and we can put them to the presenters. I'd just like to say thank you very much for your time today. Really appreciated. It's good to get some insight into the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we now move on to our 10 o'clock, and I'd like to welcome Nick Matthews, Nikki Davies, and Rowan Carter and Chris Down to the meeting.
Hello, members. Thank you for your time. I'm just going to share my screen, get the presentation up and going. Yes. Hello, and thank you for your time today, members. We're here to talk to you today about our plans for Green Hayes Village, a new sustainable community for East Devon. As I said, my name is Nikki Davis, and I'm Managing Director at NPC. We're retained by the promoters of Green Hayes to build community engagement and social value in at the very start of their plans. I am joined by 3 colleagues who will now introduce themselves.
Morning, members. Thank you for your time. My name is Chris Down. I run and operate Creeley Theme Park and Resort, and I'm joined by Rowan.
Good morning. My name is Rowan Carter, the Managing Director of Greendale Business Park. Thank you for taking this presentation from us.
And finally, good morning, members. My name is Nick Matthews. I'm a Planning Director at Savills, retained by Chris and Rowan to consider all technical matters related with the promotion and development of their land.
The Green Hayes Village site is owned, as you've heard, by both of us, and we're promoting it together as 2 local farming families, being the Down and Carter family. We've both operated successful businesses for many decades here and are keen to work with the council to deliver something that we'll be really proud of going forward into the future. Both of our families are committed to working together to create this sustainable new settlement for the benefit of the community, and one that complements our existing sites. Nikki's now going to run through our thoughts and going to take you through our vision for the Green Hayes Village.
Yep, thank you, Chris. So we're going to do something slightly different. We're going to tell you about Green Hayes Village through the eyes of the first residents. And today we're going to call them Emma and Dan. Until now, Emma and Dan have lived in a 2-bed rented flat in Exeter and have worked hard and saved to buy their first home. Now, Emma and Dan can't believe they bought a house in a new development. Emma's aunt and uncle moved into an early phase of a nearby major development, and whilst the school opened shortly after they moved in, the community centre was delayed and the first children's play area didn't open for 2 years. The pub opened 4 years later, and the supermarket and nursery took an amazing decade more to come to fruition. But Emma and Dan could already see that Green Hayes Village was different. The new village appealed to the young couple because Dan works at Powder Keg Brewing, an award-winning microbrewery that began life as a startup at Greendale Business Park that borders the site. Dan has just one of the 3,600 jobs that are within walking distance from Green Hayes Village. Dan's shortened commute to work was a massive plus. And for Emma, the existing Jurassic super fast fiber broadband system already running through the site makes working from home, which she does on occasion as a forecaster for the Met Office, very easy. She is excited by the plans for a new flexible work and community hub that will form part of the village's new local centre, giving Emma an opportunity to hire office space and co-work with others in her community. With more space, Emma and Dan hope to start a family soon. The village centre at Green Hayes is anchored around the award-winning and recently expanded Greendale Farm Shop and Cafe. Having this facility from day one could not be replicated by other new developments they had seen. Emma sees many a coffee in the cafe and a mooch around the farm shop with her antenatal group friends in the future. What's more, Green Hayes already has a brilliant children's play facility located just outside the farm shop, an existing and well-established nursery, which opened in April 2022, and plans for a 2-form entry primary school, supporting Dan and Emma's family as it grows. And Creeley Theme Park next door is a massive bonus for an easy and fun family day out. Emma and Dan still have lots of friends in Exeter and are pleased that the existing bus service can get them there in less than 30 minutes, and will be made even better when they're able to jump on the new Greenhays site park and ride facility, providing a more frequent service. Emma and Dan were impressed by the thoughtful layout, which made walking and cycling and public transport all easy and attractive options for travel. Having moved from a flat in the city centre, Emma and Dan are particularly excited about the wonderful countryside now available on their doorstep. They can easily access a number of public footpaths in all directions, and the new trails and walks connect them into the expanded Cliffs Valley Regional Park. Both Emma and Dan are also keen to live an active lifestyle and plan on using the trim trail being created around the new village and the outdoor gym equipment. When they bought the house, the sales agent informed them that with all the new trees that had been planted, wildflower meadows, ponds, and nature areas created, the development would provide an excess of 10% biodiversity net gain. Like many of us, Emma and Dan are very concerned about the rising cost of energy, so they are delighted that Greenhays Village is a zero carbon development. Their home has a high standard of insulation, and the electricity and heating that they use is generated locally from renewable sources. This not only keeps their household bills low, but it also lowers their family's carbon footprint, something that many couples Emma and Dan's age are passionate about. From the point at which hoarding went around the site, Emma and Dan were impressed with how quickly the houses were ready for occupation. They were told by the sales agent that the landowners had laid the roads and parceled up the land for the house builders to allow the village to really come to life. Emma and Dan are proud of their first home and were pleased to be able to buy from a local SME builder. Both Heritage Homes and Cash have outlets on the site, both of whom the couple know for their track record of quality locally. The variety of homes available, rather than house type A or B, was appealing, but they made the decision on which house to buy very tricky. What's more, whilst they couldn't manage it this time, the chance to have a custom or self-build plot on the site in the future was an exciting one. But most of all, Emma and Dan chose to live at Greenhays Village because it was obvious that it was being led by people who understand what local people want and need, and who live and work in this village as its neighbours and are committed to its long-term stewardship. Now, thank you for indulging me in that short story, members. I think it's useful to think about the development from the viewpoint of Emma and Dan, or whoever the first residents of Greenhays Village may be called. So often it's talk of policy, triggers, and conditions that dominate planning discussions, and we wanted to take a moment to think about the local people who will hopefully one day move into the village that the Down and the Carter family want to create. But thinking about conditions and triggers is important. This is planning after all. Greenhays is a development that is committed to opening the shop, cafe, children's play area, nursery, and business park before the first occupation. In fact, they are already open. Most developments require at least 500 homes to be occupied before they will commit to that level of infrastructure. And as I said, this is planning, so policy is important, particularly where you guys are tasked with determining sites that will be allocated and shape East Devon from now until 2040. I hope our presentation has demonstrated that the plans for Greenhays Village have been developed in with East Devon's planning policy and ambitions in mind. So in summary, Greenhays will deliver between 1,300 and 1,500 new homes, including affordable, and will be surrounding a new village centre anchored by the award-winning Greendale Farm Shop, a new flexible work and community hub supported by the existing Jurassic Fibre Superfast broadband, a new and deliverable park and ride, net zero carbon energy solution and 10% biodiversity net gain, an extension to Cliffs Valley Regional Park, and a 2-form entry primary school. Importantly, all of this can be delivered as part of the development without external funding required, like lengthy and uncertain HIF funding applications. And finally, we want to work with East Devon to make sure Greenhays Village is a wonderful place to live. So once again, thank you for your time, and myself and colleagues look forward to answering questions.
Thank you very much for that. Can we please remove the slides just so that I can see the members in the meeting? Thank you. Councillor Skinner, we come to you first, please.
Thank you. And I'm going to be very brief, but the question I was going to ask of the last one, actually, it was a very quick question. That was the site, and Councillor Bailey actually touched on lots of, was the site standalone, and did it need the requirement of other sites to make it all work and happen? I think that was answered, and that same question is going to go here, really. Is this site dependable upon, and my question to Nikki, is it dependable upon any other sort of actions? As I noticed you put 1,300 to 1,500 houses was the requirement, or what level of development that you thought you could deliver. So is it a scheme between 1,300 to 1,500 home dwellings, shall we say, with its infrastructure is going to go with it, and it can stand alone? That's the question.
Yeah, I think, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, sorry, never quite know who's going to pick up the mantle first. Absolutely, that is the intention here, and it is very much a manageable and workable size of new community with infrastructure that not only can support that scale of development, but actually in respect of the provision of retail and provision of the cafe and farm shop and the community hub that goes with that is arguably oversized for the size of the community itself. Now that brings with it great benefits in terms of keeping trips local and creating this community right from the very first residents occupying the site. Insofar as infrastructure, sort of transport infrastructure is concerned, again, this is the proposals that Nikki showed on the screen there, which are very much sort of draft ideas, draft proposals, which if the site were to be allocated, we would want to work with members and officers to develop further, show a road linking through the development, almost parallel with the 3052, which is a development cost. It's part of the development. There are no external strategic infrastructure needs which would potentially delay or put at risk the deliverability of the development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, we'll come to you, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Nikki, you mentioned renewable sources for heating and electricity, and I just wondered if you could specify a little more how those would be delivered, and also how the site as a whole can achieve net zero. Thank you.
Would you like me to pick that one up?
Yeah,
again?
I was just going to say, I think the important answer to that is that we've explored a few options, and the technology is changing really quickly, but Nick will go into detail on a few of the things that we've explored.
Absolutely. We've had an energy specialist look at the potential for the site, and it is his options analysis which has given Chris and Rowan the confidence to commit to the net zero target and aspiration for the scheme. The preferred solution in relation to green haze is one that focuses very much on the potential of solar energy generation. And that is largely because at the Greendale Business Park, there is approximately 70,000 square meters of existing roof space, which could be used. Combine that with solar PV on individual dwellings and the potential for battery storage, which is developing rapidly as a technology at the moment. Then with air source heat pumps as a means of household heating as well. And we think there's a very compelling solution there which works with the assets of the site and can deliver that net zero solution well within the environmental limits of what we're looking to achieve.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Howe, we come to you, please.
Yeah, I do need to raise a query, and that's with the 30-minute ride into Exeter. Now, I know that is possible when you're well out of peak times and everything else, but at peak times, you'll be sat on the bus on the 3052 for 30 minutes just trying to get to Clifton Mary roundabout. So I have to dispute that, and I'm trying to work out how your development will assist with the traffic problems we have at Junction 29 Sandygate roundabout. Because, yeah, that is the severe problem with all developments along the 3052 at present.
Do you want me just to sort of pick up that? I'm very conscious of time, that I can very, very briefly just make reference to the transport strategy, and we submitted with our response to the HELA a separate transport and accessibility vision document, which really picked up on what was needed as part of this development to address not only the sort of traditional forms of transport, but also try and put in place a vision for how people can access the site moving forward. And through quite an extensive piece of work, we came up with the solution of integrating a park and ride within the development proposals. Now that works particularly well in this instance, because quite often park and rides have what the transport engineers will call a sort of tidal flow, in that people travel in one direction in the morning and then back to the park and ride and out in the afternoon peak hour. In this instance, where you've got receptors, as they call it, such as Creeley and Greendale Business Park and Hill Barton, there are a number of people travelling in both directions, which helps support the viability of a park and ride in that position. Now, the park and ride will not only provide a high frequency service, which for future residents, if Greendale were to come forward, Greenhays were to come forward, which would encourage people to use public transport as opposed to drive, but it would also, we would hope, take people off the 3052 as well and provide an alternative means of travelling into Exeter. So there's a win-win there, and also because of the nature and location of that park and ride provision, an ability to kind of enhance its viability as a consequence.
I think also, Nick, it would be worth pointing out that this development is bookended by 3,600 jobs, and there's going to be a lot of, over time, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to live here and work here, and normally it's a hard thing to develop to get jobs next to the houses that we are all forced to build. But here we've got the jobs already, so it's a massive advantage.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bailey, we've got 1 minute.
I'll ask quickly. Could you tell me, please, who's going to fund the two-form, the building of the two-form entry primary school, and what's going to happen to the secondary school children? Because I estimate that it would generate around 225 secondary school-age children. Thank you.
Of course, insofar as the primary school provision is concerned, we would expect a development of this scale to almost consume its own smoke with a two-form entry primary school if you work on the pupil population forecast. So we would anticipate the development delivering the primary school. So it would be funded and delivered as part of the development. Insofar as the secondary school provision is concerned, you're absolutely right. This development isn't in itself of a scale which would justify the delivery of a secondary school. This development, though, in itself wouldn't meet the sort of residual needs for housing within East Devon. And as part of proposals elsewhere, we'd expect there to be either a new or expanded secondary school provision, and the development would certainly be contributing towards that through the financial contributions within Section 106. We'd certainly also be looking at how to manage the accessibility of that as part of the development, so providing a bus service provision for pupils to secondary school.
Thanks very much for that. The only question that I had really is of the policy intent that we've put forward it's even slightly more ambitious than what you've put up on the screen. So our biodiversity net gain is actually, what we're putting forward is 20%, not 10%. So how would you address that?
We're in a very, I'd say I mean, I, as a planning consultant, am in a very fortuitous position in relation to the promotion of this site, that I've working with clients that have extensive land ownership beyond the red line of the application area and the development area that would be needed. We're very comfortable and confident with the 10%, because that is to the extent that we've looked at so far. I'm sure if that were the aspiration and desire of East Devon District Council, we could look at how that wider land ownership could come into play, not only to provide the sort of numerical metric calculation to get to 20%, but also look at how that could be delivered in a way that benefits the Cliffs Valley Regional Park and provides that connectivity for green infrastructure and the biodiversity networks that benefit from it.
Thanks very much. Councillor Arnott, could you please put your question into an email into Wendy, and we'll put it to the promoters.
Thanks.
Nick, Rowan, Chris and Nikki, thank you very much for your time today. And we'll move on to the next presenters now. So
thank you, members.
11:20, I'd like to welcome Alex Anderson and Daniel Weaver to the group. You have 15 minutes whenever you're ready.
So can I just check who will be presenting so I can just make them a co-host?
We're together, Wendy.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So I will. Who's down? I'm sorry. Who's got the laptop? Thank you.
Yeah. So we have a PowerPoint presentation to share with you this morning. It's not abled. Can you allow access to share, please?
Yeah, I've just made Dan. So who was the other one? Bear with me. Let me look.
Oh, it's just the one. Just the one. We're on Dan's machine.
Oh. Hang on. Bear with me. Just trying to.
Apologies. We'll get there in a second.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to find your name. Dan Weaver. I've made you co-host. Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I just need to rearrange the screen a second so I can get access to what we need to get access to. And bear with me. There. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll let Dan kick off and I'll chip in where I need to.
Good morning, members. Thanks for the opportunity to present our site to you. We'll just walk you through where we are and how we fit in with the other sites, which we think is very, very important in the overall picture for you. My name is Daniel Weaver, Executive Director at Pegasus Group. I'm the planning consultant acting on behalf of LVA on this site.
Good morning, everybody. Alex Anderson, Associate Partner at LVA LLP. We are the land promoters on behalf of landowners. Thank you. Okay, so in terms of LVA, we are a market-leading strategic land promoter. We have in excess of 60 projects across the UK, mostly within the southwest of England, totaling around about 1,000 acres of land. And our central tenet to the business is to ensure that our projects meet sustainability, community wellbeing and biodiversity requirements. We are working on a number of exemplar schemes, in particular at Selwood Garden Village, which is in Mendip District. We're in detailed negotiations with the authority regarding our scheme for 1,700 homes. Very large scale project, which possesses a number of energy efficiency technologies, including a vast array of solar to assist the project. And you'll remember the name from the projects we've got at Cranbrook, which is at Farlands. A scheme of 260 homes, and we're currently discussing the application with your officers and dealing with the development plan document process, which is going back to the inspector in the spring. And just to emphasise that where we can't provide certain provisions on site, they're residentially led schemes by and large, but where we can't provide things like education, we always pay our way, we always pay our contributions.
Right then, guys, the background obviously comes from the plan that you're formulating, and we see as a residual requirement to deliver 6,900 units over and up to 2040. We all know that strategic growth will be required. We obviously fully support the aspiration, and obviously we form very close to this 2,500 dwelling new community figure that forms part of the plan on this slide. We think it's entirely the appropriate location for the growth, close to Exeter, best location to deliver sustainability and also a series of sustainable transport measures. We can do lots of different things in terms of sustainable energies, new energization, solar power, you name it, this site can provide it. Yeah, the overall control of the site, 70 hectares, it sits to the north of the presenters you listened to first, very close to the business park there. It could deliver around 1,000 units. It's not been fully capacity tested, but we think that's a minimum figure that the site could yield. It would deliver other community uses and commercial infrastructure. Again, from our initial work, there's no significant technical constraints, landscape constraints, or heritage constraints to delivering this site. We're having some dialogue with neighbouring landowners. We'd welcome intervention from the authority to encourage that further to avoid any ransom situations. And we think obviously as part of the plan as it moves forward, it will be a policy requirement in any event.
So I'll take on this point. So in terms of the plan you see in front of you, I think that articulates well the various land interests that are in this area. And you can see that we are centred. We're the hub, we're the fulcrum of all the activity, the strategic land activity in this area. So we consider ourselves to be very important for the delivery of a comprehensive scheme. And from our perspective, as Dan has already said, we would look to contribute around about 1,000 new homes together with supporting infrastructure, whether that be education provision on our site. We'd certainly look to provide a link road from north to south, connecting the A30 with the A3052. That'll be an important feature of any project for this location. And we've been in conversations with the adjoining landowners, but unfortunately we haven't been able to get them to agree to any collaboration agreements with us at this stage. We will continue to try and discuss those matters with them, but we do feel as though we are put into somewhat of a ransom position, which can't continue for the ability for this project to be delivered comprehensively. Everyone needs to be at the table talking the same language.
Right, the two plans that we'll show you next are actually taken from representations made by the parties. The first plan, the big plan you'll see in front of you, has been produced by Bloor Homes in relation to their representations made in March last year, and that shows an illustrative master plan of how it could work with various different routes in terms of the north and south axis between the major roads. We believe and firmly believe that our land is required for the most logical route if a connection between the two sort, which we think is certainly from our initial transportation work, is needed. And you can just see as part of that picture the centralness and how sensible it is in good master planning terms to include our site within that broader picture. The next site is taken from representations made from the first promoters of Cherwell Group, and again our land immediately abuts out to the northeast and surrounds it, and again we don't object to that plan at all. It's very, very logical, and you can see how the two can link and bind together. And again, we do welcome that the collaborative approach between all parties at the appropriate time to be endorsed by the authority to make sure we have a cohesive master plan that works well.
Just to add to that, there was a very sensible plan provided by LRM earlier in the first presentation, which showed the ability to provide a link road from north to south, which came through the land interests that we control within the centre, as I say, the hub of that overall area.
The initial transportation work that's been undertaken in connection with the representations made last year illustrates the potential routes between our site, and you can see again on the black dotted lines the potential routes and the reason and in good planning terms why you'd include this site as part of an overall allocation in terms of its length and the cost. Obviously the limited length of it is sensible. And again, we endorse that approach through further transportation work we'll do with our consultants. And they do suggest that it's essential for this area to work well going into the future. Right, just to summarise then, we fully endorse that the area of strategic growth is needed to the east of Exeter. We strongly assert that our land forms a central function to the allocation. In physical, social and commercial infrastructure will all be provided, technically very, very free from constraint. And we, as the other promoters have all said, we welcome further engagement with you members and the policy officers to ensure that this is planned in the most comprehensive and collaborative way. And we fully endorse all the sustainable objectives that you as an authority are pushing forward, biodiversity net gain, zero carbon. We can do all of those things, but we do seek assistance from you, from the policy team, to really make sure that parties work together to make the best possible allocation for the plan. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. We'll start with Councillor Jess Bailey. Over to you, Jess.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I may have missed it, in which case apologies, but is this land in one ownership or multiple ownerships? Thanks.
It's one single ownership. It's a local farmer.
Thanks very much. Councillor Skinner, over to you.
Thank you, and I'm going to take the same line. And just going by your presentation, I thank you guys for putting your time to this. But this scheme, I take it, and just to be clear, the scheme doesn't stand alone. It's a scheme that it needs working in collaboration with others. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Young, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just to check on your maps that you showed earlier, you referred to the Cliss Valley Garden Village, but it was showing the Greendale Creeley presentation, so that was rather confusing. Like the other two presentations referred to the Cliss Valley Regional Park and the importance of that, which I very well welcomed, but you don't refer to it in your presentation. But the Cliss Valley Regional...
Councillor Young, you're making a lot of statements. We need to focus on questions.
I'm leading up to that. The importance of cycleways and the importance of flooding issues would would help with the Cliss Valley Regional Park. I wonder how you can demonstrate how this will all fit into your plan. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question. Yeah, Cliss Valley Regional Park, located to the west, is beyond our site boundary, but we recognise there will be some constraints relating to our project, as there will be for others. So we will ensure that a full suite of technical documents are produced. We've had a very high-level review undertaken of our site, and whilst there are some very minor flooding consequences for our land area itself, that's of no serious consequence to the delivery of this project. In terms of the Cliss Valley Regional Park, we feel that we can provide a good extent, a strong extent of green infrastructure through our site. We have some low points where the watercourses run, and either side of those we can look to provide some green valleys, nature walks to improve ecology, biodiversity net gain at the same time. That can all be taken into the equation. We'll fully assess on that when we have full reporting undertaken by our ecologist and by our landscape specialists.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Bailey, come back in.
Well, if there's time for another question, can you explain a bit more about how it has to be would have to be developed in conjunction with other sites, and what the constraints are?
I can answer that, Councillor. I deal with many allocations like this where you're dealing with a part of a wider allocation, and a lot of policy requirements force landowners to work collaboratively together, i.e. to make sure it's master planned in conjunction with each other. You're all paying your fair share of 106 contributions, etc. And it's very, very often on a big allocation, the policy will require parties to work together in a function and produce a joint master plan effectively. So on a site of this scale, that's what we're saying, to encourage that as part of the, we're early in the plan making process, but certainly as the next iteration comes along and the iteration after that, you as an authority can impose that joint working as the most sensible way to make sure you get what you want from the scheme overall.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Ingham, I'll just come back to you again. Do you have any declarations you wish to make? Try again.
Hi, Chair. No, I'm fine. No, none to make.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ryan, we come to you, please.
Thank you. Just a quick one. Having now heard the first three presentations, I have to declare a personal interest in item 1 and item 3 because I represent land in both in both those presentations. It would have been nice to know in advance. Also, it's not Clisson Mary, is it? It's Clis Honiton. It says Clisson Mary in the preamble.
Thanks very much. With no one else wishing to speak, I'd just like to thank Alex and Daniel for your time today. Really appreciated. As in with the other presentations, if members do have any other questions, please send them on to Wendy. We'll try and get those answered and we'll attach those to the minutes. But for now, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We move on to Amy Roberts. Amy Roberts.
Good morning.
Good morning. You
Morning.
have 15 minutes whenever you're ready. It's over to you.
Lovely. Wendy, do you have a copy of the presentation?
I do.
Thank you.
Bear with me, I'm just finding it.
Thank you.
My computer's on a go slow, so it's just opening.
Thanks.
Sorry, I'm still waiting for it to open.
Okay.
Right, okay. Slideshow. Right, I'm going to share my screen.
Thank you.
Can everyone see that?
Great. Yes, I can. Members, can you see the slide?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Lovely. So just...
You'll have to let me know when you want me to move it on, Amy.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. I thought I had control. Okay, fine. Lovely.
No, I do.
Okay, thanks, Wendy. Okay, good morning, members, and thank you for your time this morning. I'm presenting today on behalf of my client, Clishaven Limited, who's the sole owner of this site. My client's promoting this site for employment uses. This site is available for development now, and my client could deliver the site immediately. The site reference, as you can see from the slide, is GHED57. And this first slide shows an extract from the working draft local plan. You can see that the site is graded 4. You can also see on this slide the existing commercial development immediately to the north and east of the site, and that the site is bound by the A3052 to the south. Next slide, please, Wendy. Thank you. So the entire site is around 3 hectares. And I've included this aerial plan just to give you a little bit more context. You can see again the site's relationship to the A3052 to the south. You've got Hillbarton Business Park to the east. You've got Yo Business Park to the north. And there's currently a caravan park immediately to the east. The site is located off the A3052 in an area that's very much commercial in nature. We'd certainly suggest there's potential for some growth to take place around the A305 corridor in locations such as this, which are close to Exeter and where there's already a considerable amount of employment, infrastructure and other development. We see our clients' land as very much an infill rounding off site, especially when you take into account the planning history on the southern portion of the site, which I'll discuss in a moment. And we also note that the caravan site to the east is being put forward for development. The road to the west and the north of the site would mark a clearly defined boundary to the employment development in this location. Next slide, please, Wendy. Thank you. So I'll just give you a bit of an overview of the planning history of the site. As you can see from the left-hand plan, the site's split into two portions. The southernmost portion is 1.16 hectares, and full planning permission has been granted on the site for office use here. Application reference 171329 MFUL. And planning permission was granted an appeal for approximately 2,000 square metres of office floor space, which is split into 5 blocks and centred around Hill Pond, which you can see on the approved layout, which is on the right-hand side of the slide. All the pre-commencement conditions have been discharged and the development has now commenced. In determining this appeal, the inspector touched upon access and sustainability and concluded that it is possible to access the site by walking, cycling, particularly from the Cat and Fiddle Inn bus stop, which benefits from a number of services. A lot of landscaping is proposed as part of the development, including a generous landscaping buffer on the southernmost part of the site to help screen the development from the A3052. And that includes a bund with native species planting, it's about 2.5 metres high. And the next slide, Wendy, please. I've included some 3D images that were included with the application submission, which shows the high quality design, which is sensitive to and respectful of the countryside location. Timber is a prevailing material and the curved blocks front onto attractive ponds. In terms of the northernmost part of the site, if we could go on to the next slide, please, Wendy. So the northernmost part of the site, we haven't investigated the development potential here in any great detail yet, but we think the site would be suitable for all types of employment uses, such as industrial, warehouse, storage, potentially other uses such as renewable energy, subject to investigations. MTA Architects put together this illustrative sketch just to show how this northern parcel of the land could be developed. It's just under 2 hectares. This slide shows a scheme of just under 2,500 square metres of industrial warehouse space. Obviously, there could be other iterations, but this just starts to show how this remaining parcel could fit in with the surrounding development. Any development on this northern part of the site would be viewed in the context of Hill Barton Business Park to the east, Yo Business Park to the north, and when built out, the employment development immediately to the south. In terms of technical matters, we looked at this site in a lot of detail when we worked up the full planning application for the southern part of the site. There are no technical constraints to developing this site. It's subject to no environmental designations. In terms of highways and access, there's an existing access to the land via Axehays Lane, which is the road that runs vertically to the west of the site. So that has direct access to and from the A3052. Clysthaven commissioned Vectos transport consultants to start thinking about the access and transport implications of developing the northern part of the site. And there are opportunities to access the site from Axehays Lane and through Hill Barton Business Park via Blackmore Road, via land in the owner's control. And there's also potential to form a pedestrian connection to the footway network within Hill Barton Business Park. The traffic impacts at this early stage, they're predicted to be modest, even when combined with the highways implications of the already approved Hill Pond scheme. Ultimately, East Devon is a rural district, and any opportunities to access developments by walking, cycling, public transport, etc., are going to be far more limited than in cities and main towns. But that shouldn't prevent good development sites from coming forward, as is advocated by the MPPF. It's very clear at paragraphs 84 and 85. In terms of topography, the site is fairly level. Trees, there are no trees on the northern part of the site that would be a constraint to development. There are some trees on the southern portion of the site, but they were all addressed as part of the full planning application on the southern part of the site. Flood risk, the vast majority of this site is flood zone 1. There is a very small area on the southernmost part of the site that falls within flood zone 2, but again, that was all addressed and dealt with as part of the full planning application for the office scheme. And then finally, just a bit of an overview on employment land demand in this location. The Hill Pond application itself was a result of Clysthaven's very extensive and unsuccessful search for employment premises in this part of the district, which they need to be close to their markets, local road networks, etc. So employment development in this location very much has the potential to help meet rural employment needs in East Devon and the wider catchment area for the smaller and medium-sized businesses, and would align with key objectives of the National Planning Policy Framework. It was acknowledged in your issues and options report for the East Devon local plan that there are barriers to business growth across much of East Devon. Therefore, greater provision needs to be made for employment uses and economic development right across the district. And whilst provision has been made for the delivery of large office space, large sheds, etc. in the West End, it's clear to us that there's a shortage of space for smaller and medium-sized businesses elsewhere in the district. The West End sites are very much aimed at the medium to large scale employers, and much of the provision is in the form of large sheds with a large footprint but low employment densities. And furthermore, the West End is very much geographically remote from much of the district. Therefore, the employment supply in the West End fails to meet the needs of many of the new and growing local micro and SME businesses. It's therefore vital that proper provision be made for them in the right location, i.e. close to their markets and transport networks. So just to conclude, we very much think this is a suitable and obvious site for employment development to help meet employment needs in East Devon and the wider extra catchment area for small and medium-sized businesses, taking into account the commercial character of the area, and that developing this site would represent infill, rounding off development in a location where there's already considerable amounts of employment, infrastructure and other development. And we hope members will support this site's inclusion as an allocation in the local plan. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Reynolds, we start with you, please.
So this is the third site that I have to now declare an interest on, having found out where it is. It's not Clyst St Mary, it's either Farringdon or Clyst Honiton. I can't quite work out where the boundary is on this site. So I'd just like to declare a personal interest as a ward member for that area. My question is, so you're bringing forward housing on this site, yes? Have you done an environmental study of the effects of the nearby?
Apologies, promoting this site for employment.
It's just the employment site, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
With you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Skinner, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, well done, Amy, and well put forward. And yeah, just a good scheme. What the question I want to ask is what I didn't see on your diagrams. I was quite, I wasn't quite sure where you thought the access was, and you did speak about going through the Hill Barton site. So is so my question is the site predominantly needs to go through the Hill Barton site, so it can't stand up unless there's an agreement with them, or do you have an access onto what you're potentially looking for is an access onto the 3052? And that's really just, I want to know the access to see if it's deliverable. That's the question is really whether it's deliverable, and I do understand It's just employment land. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Wendy, are we able to go back to the slide that shows the illustrative sketch layout?
I'll have to open it again, sorry.
It just might be easier just to show our thinking.
Okay, just bear with me again.
Thank you. Just whilst we're waiting, so the short answer is yes, there are options. And I think it would have to be properly worked out. We haven't done a detailed level of analysis, but Vectos Transport Consultants have had a look at this to look at what the different options could be. And there are different options to access the site through land within the owner's control. So they'd have permission to do so. And it could be that there's one option, it could be that it's a combination of two. That would all depend on how the site's designed, final layout, quantum of development, etc. But ultimately, the options are up directly from the A3052, up Axhayes Lane, and where we've got the existing access at the moment into the office scheme, you could enter the office scheme there. And whereas at the moment on the approved, might be more helpful if I just wait to get that. It's the final slide, please, Wendy. I think it's number 7. Okay, lovely, thank you. So where at the moment you can see you've got Axhayes Lane running up the west-hand side, south to north of the site, and then you go into the entrance, which is between a couple of oak trees, and then what we've shown here a roundabout as soon as you come in. At the moment, we've got the approved access that goes into the office scheme on the southern portion of the site. It's been designed in a way that they could also turn left there and go up into that part of the development. In addition to that, or instead of, or depending, like I said, we've worked out in a bit more detail. At the moment, Clysthaven are based in Clyst Court, which you can see just to the east of the illustrative layout. There we go. So they're in there, and they have rights over Blackmore Road, which is that road just below Wendy's arrow. So they could form an access there into that area, and there are also opportunities to explore pedestrian links either there where you are there onto Blackmore Road, or further up through Clyst Court, all to be fine-tuned and looked at in detail, but ultimately there could be accesses both sides if necessary.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Councillor Faithful, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarifying, this is just an artist impression and it could look nothing like this at all.
Correct. It's just what we asked the architects to do at this stage is take into account the approved scheme on the southern portion of the site, see what space they have left, see where the accesses are, take into account the character of the area and the development around, and see what could fit or what could comfortably be located on the site. So this is an example of a layout. It obviously need to be properly tested, and it could be that there are better iterations or better configurations or layouts, but that's just to give you a bit of an idea of how it could all fit in together.
Thanks.
Thanks very much for that. We'll finish with Councillor Howe, please.
Just a quick question. I believe this site's had an appeal refused on it, and I was just wondering what the reasons for refusal on the appeal was.
I believe that was the site out next door to ours, was it not the caravan site?
Possibly. Sorry if it is, but
I'm not aware of any appeals.
Yeah, that's fine.
We had an appeal on the southern portion of the site.
Yeah, and you got that.
The office scheme was approved, an appeal. But no, the recent appeals that I've seen have been relating to the land to the east.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for that, Amy. Really appreciated. I think we'll move on to the next speaker, but thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your time. Bye.
So we move on to Jeff Richards, representing Bloor Homes, the Stewart's partners, as well as James, and apologies for if I've pronounced this wrong, de Havilland.
De Havilland is correct, yes, well done. Thank you.
Over to you. You have 15 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great. James, I think you're going to share the slides. Hopefully you can hear me, councillors.
I am going to share. Here we go, share screen. And hopefully that's coming through now. Is that shared?
Thank you. Yep.
Great.
So good morning, councillors. My name is Jeff Richards. I'm a planning director at Turley. As you know, I'm joined by James de Havilland, who's a partner at Barton Wilmore and who's leading the master planning work for this site. The site we are presenting to you this morning is a new town opportunity that we have called Denbo. Denbo is taken from the name of a historic estate within Farringdon. The proposal is being promoted by our joint clients, Bloor Homes and Stewart Partners. Raw Homes are a well-known and experienced house builder. Stewart Partners are the owners and operators of the Hill Barton Business Park and are wider landowners. James, if you could go on to the next slide.
That's not.
It's a good start.
Yeah, that's a good start, isn't it? It's not, that was working before I shared it. Why is that not working? There you go. I think it's just, okay.
Together, they share significant land control between the A30 and the A3052. We've been working together on our proposals for a number of years now, and I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to present and discuss them with members. We also hope to have the opportunity to work with members and officers to further shape proposals as part of their emerging plan. Hopefully, James, you can move on to the next slide.
There you go.
The land control of our clients from this plan is shown in red. You'll see that it runs between the A30 to the north, adjacent to Exeter Airport, and the A3052 and the Hill Barton Business Park to the south. The blue line shows wider land area that we have used for master planning purposes. We are aware that you've heard this morning from some presentations from promoters of some of this land. We see it as imperative that proposals for development in this location come forward in a rational, cohesive and complementary manner. Sitting at the centre of the overall master plan opportunity, our site offers clear deliverability advantages, early opportunities for infrastructure provision, and can provide the core for wider proposals. Next slide, please, James. We'll show for this presentation the site's location offers many strategic advantages and opportunities that provide the foundation for a truly exemplar sustainable community. First, the site and wider master plan opportunity is located in a part of the west end of East Devon, which is uniquely unconstrained by environmental constraints prevalent in the wider East Devon area. This includes AONB, areas at risk of flooding, Ramsar, and SSI designations. Next slide. The site sits in a highly advantageous location. It's close to Exeter, with close access to many jobs. It's close to existing and emerging energy infrastructure. And given its location, it has the ability to deliver a highly sustainable access and transport strategy. It also brings deliverability benefits through the extent of land control and the interest of the two clients, who are developers and not land promoters, and who will, alongside the community infrastructure, deliver both the homes and employments on this site. Next slide, please, James. A recent 2018 study carried out by the University of Exeter identified development locations as the most important factor in reducing energy impacts. In that context, and looking more closely at the site's access to existing employment and jobs, the previous slide referenced that approximately 35,000 jobs are available with only 4 kilometres of this site. This slide shows the proximity of the International Airport, Science Park, Sky Park, and other employment areas, including Hill Barton Business Park within the site itself. These offer unrivaled opportunities to bring forward homes close to jobs. The proposals themselves will also offer expanded employment opportunities, which James will pick up on later. I'll now hand you over to James.
Thank you, Jeff. I think starting immediately, the site here offers such a wealth of opportunity to bring forward a new place for East Devon. And as ever, with a site of such size, it can bring forward a phenomenal opportunity in terms of green infrastructure. And how this connects into other proposed regional and local green infrastructure that is currently looked at in terms of policy, and looking at the provision of the Cliff Valley Park. We see the opportunity here as a way of organising the development, the proposal, and having it as the green infrastructure and the biodiversity and the provision of additional SANG to be an organising feature for the entire development, where the spine of the development is hung off green space and biodiverse places that deliver a number of neighbourhoods, and this starts to show how we've started to look at the site. The next very important element of this, which which has come together to bring forward our proposal, is the way that we've looked at the transport and the connectivity of the site with the wider region and Exeter and other areas of employment and interest, and the opportunity that this site provides in terms of providing a new strategic sustainable transport link between the major routes of the A30 and the 3052 to the south, and where we can provide high quality transport hubs at the points where these intersect with the proposed link. Further work has also been looked at in terms of having to ensure that we provide a sustainable approach to the infrastructure of energy, as Jeff has referred to. And we're looking at ongoing work to ensure that we deliver a zero carbon development through the life of the site, which will be significant because we are looking at a new settlement here, and the opportunity to plug into existing proposals which are provided within Cranbrook and over in the Monkerton area. There's also an existing energy for waste plant on the site, and that would be, we were looking at enhancing that and plugging that into an overall system for the region. So the vision for the new town and the settlement here is one of creating a number of neighbourhoods, 3 in total, which all are centred around a local place with education and facilities, local facilities for each of those, working on a walkable place of 800 metres to ensure that sustainable modes of transport are used in all circumstances, and we managed to keep the opportunity to internalise as many operations and facility movements within the site. As you can see, the 3 neighbourhoods sit around a infrastructure of green place, with the Sang acting as a organising feature, along with additional green infrastructure that work as corridors and links between the 3 and also into the wider network. They see higher potential for integration with existing development on the site and adjacent to it, with the Devon County Showground, Hillbarton Business Park acting as the hubs for further employment, and there is the opportunity for providing a new secondary school of 11 hectares of size that will be sufficient to provide all educational needs for the new settlement, which would be brought in at the right phased time. We see the green infrastructure. Sorry, let me just move this to here. This shows the red line which our clients have control of, and how this works as the spine of the new settlement in terms of delivery, and allows the opportunity for that delivery of the site to be viable and absolute, with the additional land that which I think you've heard others promote as well, where we look at providing the opportunity for this to work as a catalyst for these to be brought forward in a sustainable manner and a connected way, so that they also add to the overall deliverability of the site. But the land that we're promoting would act as a catalyst for that to come forward as a cohesive and holistic approach to delivering a new settlement in this location. I think I'll just hand back now to Jeff, and he can go through the summary of aspirations that we have for this site.
Yes, thank you, James. So in summary, our proposals offer an opportunity for a new community which on its own can deliver approximately 5,000 new homes, new jobs, education and wider community facilities. And alongside wider land, it can deliver over 8,000 new homes and further jobs and community infrastructure. It's a proposal that presents the opportunity for energy autonomy for homes and the delivery of a zero carbon strategy for the development. It will create walkable neighbourhoods, the creation of new sustainable transport links and sustainable transport hubs. And as James has shown, the delivery of substantial green infrastructure, including SANG, new networks of green space, and an expansion of the Cliffs Valley Regional Park. So we hope that this presentation has been helpful, and we would be really pleased to take any questions. James, perhaps you could unshare the...
I'll unshare, yeah.
Thank you very much for that. First question for me would you prefer to see this site come through in isolation or together with the earlier presentations that we've heard today?
Our view is that there is a wider opportunity, and it makes sense for it to be comprehensively planned and to come forward coherently. Our development can certainly be identified as the spine, the core for the development, and it makes a lot of sense for that to come forward as the sort of first phase, and then for other developments to fit around that. And that's got clear deliverability advantages in terms of delivery of the link straight through from the A30 to the A3052, and for the centres to be delivered off that. So we're certainly aware that as part of your local plan, early indications are that you're looking for sort of 2,500 homes within this plan period, but with the potential for 8,000 plus homes to come forward in the longer term. So your development on its own can certainly deliver that 2,500 homes and more. But in terms of comprehensively planning, then there is an opportunity for wider development to come forward.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Rylance, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, another declaration of interest. This one is also not in Cliffs St Mary, so it also falls within my ward. So I have a personal interest as a ward member. My question to the developers, the promoters, is who do you see funding the new road and the schools? And what environmental studies do you anticipate being needed to put housing that close to a very active business park?
So starting with the sort of the surveys that are needed, we've already undertaken quite a lot of environmental and technical work. We've undertaken phase one ecological work on the site. There will be further surveys that are needed. We've undertaken flood risk, heritage and landscape work. There'll be wider work that's needed. So but certainly we've put in the early work on those elements. In terms of the funding, we are in the process of early stages of viability work, which we would like to discuss with yourselves and members. The intention is that the development will deliver the spine road through. We control all of the land, and we'll have development running alongside it. So we'd expect to be able to fund those proposals. And in terms of education as well, we've shown 2 primary schools within our land ownership, and would expect our proposals to provide the land and to fund those places. And there's an opportunity within the wider development for a secondary school to come forward, which again, we would make relevant contributions to, and other developers would also make contributions to. So it is expected to fund itself through the delivery of homes and employment.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bailey, we come to you next, please.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that this touches or includes part of Aylesbury parish. Following on from Councillor Rylance's question, we talked about the new sustainable transport link, which I think is the road. Can you tell me at this stage what the ballpark cost is of that, please? Thank you.
I'm afraid I don't have a ballpark cost to present to you today. As I said, the costing of the road and initial viability work is being progressed, but the expectation is for us to be able to present those costings to demonstrate that it's a deliverable and viable scheme. There is the road. There's also, as part of the strategy, we've shown sustainable transport hubs on the A30 and on the A3052 to intercept traffic and provide sustainable links therein, also within the heart of the proposals as well. So they are being factored in at an early stage to be able to demonstrate to you that they are viable and deliverable as part of our overall proposals.
I think it's important to understand that it's not an abnormal cost, that road, because it is functioning as an access road for the entire development. So it would be built as normal as part of that and funded by the development. So its cost would not be a strategic element.
Thanks very much. Councillor Skinner, we come to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I was going to sort of keep on message a bit about whether or not these sites are deliverable, and I think that's a bit of a nonsensical question to ask at this minute. It's obviously it is deliverable. So I think I might take a slightly different turn on this one, and that is, I was pleased to hear that you were looking to work with other partners and other people and other facilities around. One of those facilities, which is key to our area and this whole of the Southwest region, actually, is the Devon County Showground. So could you give some assurances that you are in negotiation with them? Because obviously if they lose too many fields, which is parking, which is required for the Devon County Showground, it could put us in a predicament. But if you're having conversations, and that is part of your ongoing conversations, a little bit of comfort that that is taking place would go a long way for me. Thank you.
Yes, clearly, Council, we're still at a very early stage in the local plan process. Councillors are still to debate the sort of strategy and their preference in terms of sites. But if the indication is that there is some support for our proposals, our intention then is certainly to work with others to have conversations to make sure that to align. We certainly see the Devon County Showground as a real benefit alongside our proposals, and would absolutely look to work closely with them.
If I can add in that the master plan has looked at the interface of that being incredibly important, and where we can look at how that works as a further catalyst for additional opportunities on that interface, and how we look at more efficient parking as well, which is possibly usable in a sort of a multifunction manner. So we'd like to explore all of that, but certainly it's foremost in our mind that that is a regional facility that needs to be improved and enhanced and cared for.
May I ask a second question, Chair, through you?
Of course you can, Councillor Skinner.
And that is, and thank you for that. And that is that what was touched on earlier, and I'm making particular notes of the numbers and housing numbers to be where we got to, where we're going to. And it was touched by yourselves earlier that this plan was sort of set up in a way of a 5,000, I believe, dwellings, which is what you suggested earlier, but that it could provide up to 8,000 dwellings. Could you put just a little bit more meat on the bone about whether or not the 5,000 dwellings is what's required for the provisions of what you're going to put in place, and 8,000, which is 3,000 more, which is quite a large jump, is going to be added to that. Just how that mix works, I'd just like to understand that a little bit more, if I could, please. Thank you.
Shall I just take? Jeff,
go on,
do you want
James.
to? Yeah, okay. So I think the 8,000 is looking at the entire master plan as we've shown it, and what we've tried to do is provide a master plan that is credible and works to bring forward the full 8 with adjoining land, which is a sensible approach to delivering a new settlement. The core of that is owned by our clients, and that in itself can bring forward 5,000. So that if within any planned period, it's difficult to get more than about 2,500 delivered in any one planned period in terms of build out. So you are looking at the opportunity of a phased development here that would last for a significant time, providing the needs, the planned needs for East Devon and the region going forward, and the manner in which we're promoting this is a sensible, full proper looking forward into the future to deliver a proper planned place. So that's what we're trying to achieve here.
Sorry, Chair. Could I just have some clarification, please? Because what Councillor Bailey was suggesting earlier, which is a very good question, and we were talking about the cost of the road and who would take in that cost of the road, and really what I was trying to get to was saying within so my question was around, in trying to feather in Councillor Bailey's question as well, is that within the 5,000 scheme, is that going to deliver the road, which is quite a high cost, in the 5,000 scheme, or are we going to start with a 5,000 scheme, and then you're going to say we need the other 3,000 to pay for the road? And that's where I don't want to be caught
okay,
with
sorry.
the
The 5,000 can absolutely deliver the road without the 3,000, because it is a road that is part and parcel of the delivery of that 5,000. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry if I missed that.
Thank you. Thank you. I was trying to get it all in my head. It didn't all come together. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Councillor David, we come to you. We'll try and get 2 more questions in quick.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll be as quick as I can. A lot of development seems to be, kind of assumes that car usage is going to continue on the present level, and that personally I believe is unsustainable. And we have heard a lot about sustainable transport links here, but also from Councillor Howe about traffic congestion and so on. One of the solutions I feel is the use of car clubs, particularly using electric cars. And I just wonder whether you've been in any discussions with, for instance, Co-Cars in Exeter, and also whether you would see the design of your layout of your developments making provision for car clubs. I would prefer to see a bank of cars available for everyone to use, rather than everybody having that model of 2 cars outside their house. And I just wonder whether you see that as part of your transport arrangement.
We definitely do. The use of car clubs is a sort of stepping stone as we move slowly but surely, I think, into an autonomy of vehicle movement, where electric cars become more and more driven by themselves, and over the next 20 to 50 years, and we see a complete revolution in the way that vehicles move us as individuals and groups of people around the places we need to be. We are very much concentrating on delivering a sustainable transport network that allows that future thoughts to come forward. In addition to that, we are trying to approach this from a zero carbon strategy position, which also looks at looking at the energy and use of energy across the site, and part of that will be looking at the autonomy of energy for homes as well, and how we minimize the requirement for additional energy from outside sources to be brought to homes by allowing homes to provide their own energy. So there's a huge amount of work going into not just sustainability as a whole, but that futurizing the understanding of how we deliver a zero carbon development for the future of Devon.
Thank you. Councillor Young, very quickly, we've got a minute.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just be very quick. Energy from waste is being built at Hillbarton, as you say. It's going to be providing heat for Cranbrook and some of the West End. So I'm just wondering how it can provide energy and heat for this development. Chicken and egg question is, when will the road be delivered? Sounds like it would be fairly early on. And can the green infrastructure be delivered early? Because you've got to consider trees do take time to grow. So, and the final thing is, don't forget cycleways. Thank you.
Right. Shall I start with the cycleways first? Cycleways, yes, absolutely, are and strategic ones as well as local ones, and also ones that take you to all of the golden points that you need to get to, will be an absolute starting point for us, and we've already been included. In terms of the let me just go back to waste from energy. The ability to plug into that system, because it's on site, makes it incredibly efficient. So we won't be losing energy in terms of the movement between sites. And the opportunity would be to bring in, maybe improve the size of that, and then also look at how other systems will also plug into that as a whole. And that's something that we're really keen to explore with East Devon as a whole and yourselves. And then, quickly remind me, what was the other two? The
delivery of the road, James.
Yes, the delivery of the road, absolutely. I suspect that you probably look at it starting at both ends and then coming together. So that would be the most efficient way of delivering that, and the quickest way that will happen. And as explained before, the fact that this road actually provides access to the entire site means that it is imperative that it is delivered up front, and would act as the starting point of development as we move through the site. And the delivery of green infrastructure, we have a wealth of existing green capital on the site that we would retain, and therefore additional planting would clearly be bolstered up around that. And the early identification of that is something that we would certainly do within the first few phases of development, certainly.
Thanks very much. Jeff and James, thank you very much for your time today.
Pleasure.
Welcome. Very much appreciated. Peter, if you have questions, can you please send them on to Wendy? We'll try and get those answered by James and Jeff and put into
We'd be very happy to.
Very happy.
Thanks very much. At this point, members, can we take a short break and return at 11:30, please? think we're ready to go again, Wendy. So welcome back, everyone. I'd like to welcome, and forgive me for my pronunciations on these, James McMurdo, Stuart Atkinson, Tony Polintine, and Catherine Baddeley, please, to the meeting. You have 15 minutes whenever you're ready. It's over to you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is James McMurdo. I work from my own wee practice in Exeter. I've worked on strategic development sites, including urban extensions and new towns in East Devon, Exeter, Teignbridge, Bristol, South Gloucestershire, and Cornwall. I'll be joined today by Tony Polintine, who's the Director of Grange Architects, and Stuart Atkinson of Stuart Michael Associates, and they can introduce themselves, I'm sure, if we could pass over to Tony.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm the Director of Grange Architects. We're based in Exeter, down on the Quay, and like James, we've done numerous projects in the southwest, including working on Cranbrook and Seabrook Orchards. You can see some of our work a little bit later on. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Stuart Atkinson. I'm a Chartered Civil Engineer and Technical Director with over 30 years experience working with Stuart Michael Associates, who are a multidisciplinary consultancy advising both public and private sector clients. We have extensive experience working on urban extensions ranging from typically 800 new dwellings to 3,500. Our experience in the southwest extends to Devon and Cornwall. In Exeter, in East Devon, we worked on 800 homes at Pinnow. We're actively involved in some live applications in East Devon, and we've worked in Teignbridge and other parts of Devon. And in Cornwall, we've secured planning consent for 1,500 houses and a new stadium. Our input to this project would be on the infrastructure, and we would cover transport, flood risk, air quality, noise, and infrastructure generally.
Thank you. Before I launch into the presentation, maybe I could cite these documents for members. We're happy to send copies, but East Devon Local Plan, page 69, which shows the area of search. Our land is to the southwest of that area of search. Pages 128 and 129 of the abandoned GESP, which shows a much larger potential allocation. This proposal is for a much smaller allocation to that. Page 106 of the sustainability appraisal report into the GESP, which shows how the site performs well. Pages 17, which is a nature recovery network, which extends into this land. Page 45, which is a green commuting figure. Page 46, which is a green recreation routes. And page 68, all of the Cliss Valley Regional Park master plan, which shows how our site can help deliver, development not dependent on the car, and green infrastructure, and the Cliss Valley Regional Park. So the proposal is for, it's not for a new town, and it's not for an extension to an existing settlement. I suppose the technical planning term would be it's for a detached urban extension in the west end of East Devon for about 1,500 homes. The land, as you can see in this slide, is well located, close to Exeter and all the major developments in the western part of East Devon district. It's free from planning policy constraints. It performs very well in terms of its location and other sustainability credentials, which we'll go into. The land's available. The landowners are farmers who are working together. They've owned the land for a long time, and the consultant team is experienced, and they're supporting the landowners to bring the scheme forward. The landowners are farmers Broome, Down and Fremantle. Master planning work has been going on for a wee while. Landscape, highways and basic ecology work has been undertaken, as has basic flood risk and drainage work. The ecology work will start in earnest this survey season. Importantly, I think for members is that this site and this number of dwellings based on where it is can come forward with limited infrastructure costs. And that means that a lot of houses can be delivered fairly quickly, and that creates robustness in terms of how the local plan will function over time. It will also lead to the council will have quality, control over the quality of development, and importantly, because it isn't dependent on public subsidy, affordable housing could be delivered at the right percentages. I think it's clear for all to see that affordable housing delivery in East Devon and in Exeter is a real problem. And, you know, 4,500 people are on the waiting list in East Devon for an affordable house. The next slide, please. Go on to slide 2, please. This slide is strategic context. It shows the area for consideration outlined in red, away from higher tier policy designations like the AONB. Green is the Cliffs Valley Regional Park policy boundary, although the pages that I've cited previously show how the park can extend into this area. You can see the motorway, charging points, park and rides, and the railway line there. Quite importantly, you can see the proposed Cliffs Valley Trail, which will help with green commuting and recreational use. There's existing roads there, the A3052, the A376. Number 4 to the north is the airport. 5 is Darts Farm, which is an employment site. Greendale is 6, large employment site. 7, Hillbarton, strategic employment site. 8 is West Point, and 9 is Winslade. So there are some 30,000 jobs in very close proximity to this site. As you know, the government guidance is to locate strategic development close to where key physical and social and community and other facilities exist or is planned for. And in terms of the location of this site, it's bang in the middle of those things. The site was earmarked for strategic growth in the GESP. We didn't think that proposal could come forward without harm. It would have led to coalescence with Cliffs St George and Cliffs St Mary. It would have harmed the landscape setting of the district because it would have extended out towards Woodbury. And so this proposal is for a much smaller scheme. Next slide, please. This is going into a bit more detail where you can see, Cliffs St George and Winslade Park, and how the Cliffs Valley Regional Park could extend into our land. I think there's no doubt that we can deliver a lot of SANGs, not just to benefit this site, but to benefit existing and future residents of the district. The benefit of SANGs, of course, is to capture people and stop them going to more sensitive leisure areas like the Pebblebed Heath. The purpose of this diagram at this concept level is to show that rather than housing leading to the delivery of the Cliffs Valley Regional Park and also green infrastructure, I think this site offers the opportunity to turn that on its head and in actual fact get green infrastructure and the Valley Park to deliver housing, because that's where people will want to be. They will want to live in an area like that. I'll pass on now to Stuart from slide 4 and Tony for slide 5. and happy to answer any questions at the end.
Yes, our approach on the transport strategy is to have a greater emphasis on sustainable travel. There will be principal access points proposed on the A3052 and A376 with a multimodal corridor running between the two. There's an inset indication of what we have in mind with that on the top right-hand side of the slide. Apart from that, we're looking at on-site mobility hubs potted around the development where people can walk to, pick up bus interchange. They can hire e-bikes, e-scooters, cycle hire, and there could even be bicycle storage, bicycle repair facilities at those mobility hubs. Accessible bus corridors coming through the development and penetrating into the development such that all bus stops and bus corridors are within easy reach of each dwelling, and there would be real-time information provided. An important concept which we're developing on various projects around the country is this 20-minute neighbourhood, the 8-minute walk to any local centre or neighbourhood centre along permeable and safe and attractive routes. So encouraging movement by foot. We'd have an extensive network of cycleways. We respect existing public rights of way, encouraging active travel, which is a main theme of government at the moment, and indeed is good for health and well-being. And car clubs, very much involved with those, and on other projects in Exeter, I'm engaging with Mark Hodgson, the MD at Co-Car Cars, and also with Mike Weston at Stagecoach. And we would have a sort of an integrated transport strategy where you've got minor mode travel by foot, by cycle, but then encouraging use of e-cars, e-bikes, and indeed having facilities for e-cargo bikes. In total, we're looking for a high modal split from car dependency towards public transport, active travel. And there's research around the country in central Bedfordshire, England's economic heartland, which is a sub-national regional transport body. They commissioned work by a company called City Science. And that's revealed, for example, if people worked 2 days from home, that could significantly reduce off-site congestion. Cura, another transport consultancy, surveyed rail users, and the current thinking there is 39% of those interviewed are unlikely to return to full-time work, and 20% are most definitely going to work from home. So there's been a total change in travel patterns, and that was becoming evident before the pandemic. We have such statistics which are issued annually in what's called a National Travel Survey, and that has shown a steady decline in the number of trips made and the length of trips made. But this site, as you would anticipate or want, will be looking for on-site capture, catering for people's everyday needs, in terms of education, in terms of leisure, in terms of retail, and in terms of employment. So that's the basic skeleton and outline of what we're promoting.
Thank you, Stuart. Tony, can you deal with slide 5, please?
Hi, everyone. Obviously, this scheme, as James first started off by saying, is to supplement a larger new town and also to supplement the smaller scale developments that will come through in the coming sort of months and years in East Devon. As already mentioned, this site really offers an opportunity to provide a significant extension to the Cliffs Valley Park. And our intention is to actually make that a sort of a driving characteristic of the architectural design of this scheme. We create a very strong landscape setting where the flood valleys, the green planting sort of surrounds and encompasses the scheme. And it gives us a really sort of strong starting point because we've got the connections with the transport, we've got the sort of the restrictions that we can work with in terms of the flood areas. We've got this sort of connection to the green park, and we believe that, you know, the sort of the nature enhancement area sort of surrounding the site, that will become the periphery of our site. And
1 minute left, please, Mr.
Thank
Nicole.
you.
Thank you.
And you know, we've got these links into the cycleways. We've got easy connectivity to Topsham, to Woodbury, to Clifton Mary, to Clifton George. You know, this is a highly deliverable kind of vision. And we would look at some of the best villages in East Devon to develop the character of this when we get down to the detailed master planning. And, you know, we've already shown as a practice we can do this with sort of the largest allocation in the national park at Chagford and South Brent. We've done it at Cranbrook. We're doing it at Seabrook Orchards. And I believe that this is a really unique opportunity to create a real jewel in the crown of development in East Devon. And I hope you agree with this. Clearly, there's an excellent opportunity to provide sort of regional park, housing, social and community and employment uses in this area. And most importantly, this is a scheme that can be delivered without public subsidy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll move into the public question time there. Councillor Pratt, I'll come to you first as you haven't spoke yet today.
Thank you, Chair. I see that part of the site to the north of the site is flood zone 3. How will that affect you and how will you deal with that, please? Thank you for your presentation, by the way.
Well, perhaps I can just chip in, James, and then you can follow on for that. The intention will be not to build within the functional floodplain. Where there's a need to cross it, there would be compensation provided. We've got extensive land where we can provide that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Howe, we'll come to you.
Well, I thought about a made declaration as like Eleanor. This one actually is in Clifton Mary, or most of them in my ward. So I'll declare that it's in my ward. I mean, that's the fundamental question. And actually, Councillor Pratt has raised that one. A lot of this is, if not in functional floodplain, in runoff for the Gwindle Brook and other rivers around the area that are very susceptible under the EA's worrying criteria at present. But fundamentally, you say with little money for infrastructure, but you're proposing a road that joins the 3052 to the A376. Now, that'll have to be a fairly major road, and that will have to involve two very big junctions. And I'm just wondering about the cost of that, etc.
Well, the junctions wouldn't be abnormally large. They'd be roundabouts, probably between 40 and 50 meters ICD diameter. So they wouldn't be considered in the development world as abnormal costs. That's the appropriate size of junction for this type of development. The corridor, the road strategy within the site will vary according to what type of streetscape we're trying to achieve. So you'd have a main corridor, as shown on slide 4, which can function for all modes of transport. And then feeding off that, there would be minor streets and access ways, and indeed home zones, where we might have restricted vehicular access. So there'll be a range of street types.
Thank you very much. We'll have one more question. Councillor Skinner, over to you.
Thank you. And I wondered, James, if you could clarify for me, and good to see you. Good presentation, but there's a couple of questions really. One is there was a clear indication from yourselves that it seemed to be something that was not going to be a new town, but is this a scheme that's going to stand on its own? And is it deliverable standing on its own? That's the first question, because I'm marking my questions all in the same sort of vein. Really, that's one. And the second question is, how many dwellings were you looking to move into this scheme? Thank you.
Sorry, we've got 30 seconds left, so
sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Skinner. Dwellings, don't know yet. Depends the size and scale of the Clifton Valley Regional Park and other factors, but we are thinking about 1,500 dwellings. It can stand on its own. It will have to deliver things like a primary school and some sort of centre. But apart from that, the infrastructure costs are minimal, which is why we can deliver. The early indication is we can deliver the policy requirement for affordable housing and other things, as well as the Cliffs Valley Park. So it actually,
worth just saying as well that this is a considerable site, and at 158 hectares, we actually have space to provide that level of housing and keep the flood zones and provide the green infrastructure. So it isn't about actually reducing the effectiveness of the runoff areas surrounding this site. So it is a big piece of land.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation today. We'll end it there. Councillor Young, I know you had a question. If you could send that through to Wendy, I'm sure the promoters will be able to answer that question subsequently. Thank you very much for your time today. And
thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome Clinton Devon Estates to the meeting.
I'm hoping, hello Chair, I'm hoping you can all see and hear me.
We can't see you, we can hear you.
Why is that? So hold on, try that again.
Just a black screen for your webcam, unfortunately.
Okay, I've got switched on camera, so I'm not sure what the problem is. Perhaps I should leave the meeting and come back in again. That sometimes seems to do the trick with IT. Shall I try that?
No problem at all.
All right, I'll rejoin you in a sec.
No problem.
Would you like me to sing a song, Chair?
If you could, just a small little interlude.
No, you wouldn't want me to sing a song.
Philip, I heard you used to be a choir boy, so.
Yeah, I wanted to be. Yeah, I wanted to go in the cathedral choir, but I never did. Never got there, not enough.
You'll never walk alone, Philip.
Oh, I could do that one. Yeah, I could do that one.
You're a Liverpool fan.
Yeah, I could do that one. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm better start.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to providing harmonies.
Oh.
Slightly out of time.
Okay, Mr. John is back with us. Let's just see.
And is Mr. John visible?
He is not, unfortunately.
If you can hear me and I can present the slides to you via Wendy, that's fine as far as I'm concerned, as long as you're happy with that.
That's absolutely fine. We are keeping it at 15 minutes still.
That's fine. I understand.
I know you've got 5 sites that you're presenting, one after the other at the moment.
Yeah,
so we'll do an individual one. We'll do 15 minutes, then 5 minutes Q&A, and we'll just keep going through.
That's fine.
Through lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, are you able to present the slides for the members?
So we're starting with Douglas.
Douglas Gardens.
Yep, just bear with me. I'm just calling it up.
There we go.
That one. Oh, no.
That's it.
Right. Yep.
Thank you. Can I have the first slide, wider site context, please? Thank you, Chair, members. So this is the land at Douglas Gardens. If you look on the southwestern side of that slide, you can see the site in that we're interested in to the southwest of the Plum Park and Buckingham Heights site. It doesn't stand out particularly well. There should be a stronger red line, for which I apologise. The point is, this is an area of land, 2.95 hectares, so a reasonable size, sitting on the southeastern edge of Exmouth, and obviously you will appreciate that Exmouth is your primary settlement proposed going forward in your local plan, and therefore the land is associated with one of your major settlements and areas for potential growth. More contextually, the land sits within the context of an evolving area of southeastern Exmouth, and that's why we've shown you the Plum Park development to the immediate northeast, and beyond that, the Buckingham Heights development as well, which has been brought forward by, well, it's all been brought forward by Taylor Wimpey. So contextually, the land sits within a growth area that is coming out of the ground now. Members may recall that the land has actually been the subject of a previous planning application back in 2015, just immediately before the local plan was adopted, your current local plan was adopted. And actually the scheme then was recommended for approval. So that was an outline scheme. And obviously as part of that process, all the technical issues you'd expect and all the sort of wider contextual issues were considered and at that time considered to be acceptable. So the usual highways, landscape impact, biodiversity, housing need, and so on and so forth. So this site is not new. It's coming forward with a bit of history and with a bit of gravitas in terms of analysis, which has been done previously. Wendy, would you mind putting onto the illustrative layout slide, please? So in a bit more detail, this is the site that's envisaged. Clearly, there are a number of different design options possible, but this is the one that we think works. It's based on a previous credible scheme, showing an access in via from Douglas Gardens and then delivering 44 houses. So that's the level anticipated within your draft local plan. Has a number of advantages in terms of the way it's laid out. It's not overly dense. So it's got a good, as you can see, it's got a good sort of setting and the units dwellings are capable of being provided within sort of generous grounds. Has the potential to connect through not only to Douglas Gardens, but also to the footpaths to the south and also connecting through to the Plum Park development to the northeast. So it's a permeable site, and it's a site which is a deliverable scheme. It's worth mentioning that we haven't simply prayed in aid of the technical work that was done back in 2015, but we've actually recently just refreshed that technical work. So we've reviewed the highways requirements, the activity on Douglas Gardens, the visibility displays, and we've had Bellamy Transport Planning look at that, and they've concluded that the site is still deliverable from a highway safety, technical and other sort of transport related issues. Equally, we've also considered the ecological impact. We've had it resurveyed last year. And again, there's no new issues that we would have to address that weren't already considered and identified as being able to be mitigated against. It's worth bearing in mind that the site is not subject to any landscape designation, so it's not A or MB, it's not subject to any other designations. So in summary, we think this is it's a credible, deliverable scheme. It's been looked at in detail previously. It fits in within the wider context of looking at how to support growth sensitively in and around your primary settlement, and sits within the context of what we think are going to be very successful developments coming forward at Plum Park and nearby. So we would hope that that you're able to view this as a sympathetic, sensible proposal which delivers a good level of housing in your main settlement. So that, in essence, is the summary of our presentation on this site.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Jones. We will start with Councillor Skinner, please.
I'm gonna declare an interest, Mr. Chair, because actually this is land. I didn't realise this is land which I farmed with my family, which was part of the Mayor Farm Green Farm setup. But I don't really have any other questions, really, to be honest. I think it's just a scheme that is just adding to what is an already existing scheme. The road network is the biggest thing, and you addressed that, Mr. Johns, just now. So that's where I would have come from if I was going to come from anything, and come from there. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Dave, we come to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at your illustrative layout there, it just seems to me that once again it's predicated on car usage, and I just wonder how you envisage the residents of these homes moving about. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. So the site has the ability to connect into a number of public footpath linkages. So it's not solely a vehicle-based connection through to Douglas Gardens. Probably doesn't stand out too well on the layout, but actually the southwestern boundary is formed by a footpath, and that will give linkages through footpath linkages. And equally, there's footpath links which can come through into Plum Park. There's footpath links to the southeast, which then connect you down to Mare Lane and then on to the sort of Orcombe Point end of the beachfront. So actually, although this is a residential area, you've got quite a lot of pedestrian permeability across the site and into a wider footpath network. Equally, if you come out of the site, turn right, that will take you up to Littleham Cross. On footpaths, obviously, it's only a number of hundreds of meters walk, so it's 5-minute walk tops. Littleham Cross has got a mixture of facilities, shops, takeaways, those sorts of community facilities, and then obviously you're on the public transport network then because you're on the main road to Budley. So actually, the accessibility in this area is not bad.
Thanks very much for that. Aptly, we come to the Littleham ward member, Councillor Brewster Sarum. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. I note that my email in tray has been very, very concerned with the Exmouth 06 site. I know you specified it's 44 units. You've carried out a new ecological impact, but do you really feel that the impact is actually has been properly carried out? Because I have to say to you that there's been a lot of concern from the emails that I've received about the ecological impact and the density of the units. And also, I'd like to know how many of these are going to be actually affordable units, because obviously you wanted to complement Plum Park, but clearly, Plum Park wasn't the most popular and attractive development. And you and I know we spent many years combating the problems caused by the original Plum Park development, which I'm not going to touch on now. But clearly, I have to say that residents have grave concerns. And when this comes back again, I'm sure that you will hear more. I mean, we've had the recent Devoncourt saga, which went on last month. So I just welcome your thoughts as to how you feel you've overcome it. Thank you so much, Chair.
So your concerns are well noted, and as you quite rightly point out, we're aware of those concerns given that historical context of Littleham Cross and so on. In terms of in terms of the character of it, the ecological character, let's say the site's been resurveyed recently, so we haven't just taken the 2015 analysis as read. And it's, in essence, it's agricultural land at the moment. It's got some hedgerows in it, so it's got some back potential on it. But this isn't an ecologically complex site. We would anticipate a refresh and an additional sort of package of measures probably along the lines offered recently in terms of ecological enhancements to address those. And as I hope you'll see from the layout, this is not. There is space within the site to accommodate those sorts of impacts. We've got an area of open green infrastructure on the southeastern side, on the northwestern side, and of course we're proposing to retain the hedgerow boundaries on the perimeter, and that's where a lot of the ecology already is. So that there are measures there, and undoubtedly there'll be measures within the scheme itself. I think. Hopefully members will appreciate from some of the other Clinton Devon proposals. I can't speak for the client, but I would expect them to have a very open-minded attitude, as leading ecological and conservatives themselves, to addressing these sorts of issues and being open-minded and working in that way. Perhaps somewhat different to the approach that developers typically take. In relation to the point about affordable housing, look, that clearly the affordable housing position will settle as your local plan emerges. And again, I would expect Clinton Devon Estates to take their starting point will be providing whatever the policy needs to provide. Clearly, there may be complications to do with the viability and so on, but that will be their position. And again, they've shown willingness on other schemes they've been involved in at New Popperford, in Beer and so on, to going over and above affordable housing where it's felt to be the right thing to do. So again, they take a very open-minded approach to those things in a way that's slightly different from other developers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Councillor Miller, we come to you next.
Thank you, Chair. As a supplementary to Councillor Ollie Davies' sort of question and point about access to pedestrians, but I just also, you mentioned pedestrians in terms of the footpaths, but have you given much thought to accessibility for cyclists as well? Will that be included in your thought process? I ask obviously because of the fact that we do have a big traffic issue emerging in Exmouth. We know that we don't have the Dean Way extension that has gone ahead. Therefore, we should be encouraging as many people as can to actually use bikes as for commuting. And we have this brilliant estuary cycle trail that gets to Exeter. So anything you can do within the development to promote cycling, I think it would be much appreciated. But I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't view this, and I say this as a regular cycle commuter myself, and a user of the estuary trail, which is very successful. I view this as a location which is eminently suitable for cycling. You enter, if you imagine you're a user on that property, you're a property owner, you get your bike, you jump onto Douglas Gardens and you're away, or you're down to the coast and then you're onto the coastal line and you can cycle along the foreshore. So in principle, I don't see there's a particularly any obstacle to cycling being an issue. In terms of the later stages, if you were to allocate it now, an application was to come forward, then obviously the detailed design will make provision for cycling provision, and that is the way the agenda is going. Transport agenda is to have cycle parking, have the widths and all that sort of stuff you need. So yeah, I mean, I don't see this as being anything wholly suitable for cycling, to be perfectly honest. The nature of the roads and the areas facilitate that.
Thank you very much. With no other questions, I'm going to invite you to go on to your next presentation, please.
Thank you. Wendy, can I have Little Fields presentation, please? And can I have the constraints and opportunities analysis? So this is a somewhat dry drawing, but nonetheless, it shows the site highlighted in red. And what we have is a site which is slightly further up the valley from the one we've just seen, slightly abuts the Buckingham Heights development to the northwest, which you can just see there with that curved line of houses. You've got the Mare Valley to the southeast, and that's shown by the flood extent in blue to the southeast, and then you've got Littleham itself to the northeast. So as part of the analysis that we've had done, we've just done what we always do, is to look at the constraints and opportunities of the site, the topography, the relationship with obvious site constraints, flooding being one of those in this instance, the ecological and landscape opportunities and constraints shown in this case by the green hedgerows, etc., which surround the site, and the trees and so on, and the relationship with local facilities. And you see Littleham there in the east, to the east, and that obviously contains a number of facilities there. As with the other site we just talked about, this is a site which is free of formal land use designation, so it doesn't sit in the AONB. It's not subject to any flood risk. It's about 4 hectares in extent, so there's a good chunk of land available. It's got very good connectivity. You can connect through the Buckingham Heights development to the northwest, and that will take you on to Littleham Cross and so on. The land does rise a little to the northwest. You can see those arrows pointing in that direction. But in essence, again, it's a fairly uncomplex and simple site in many ways, which nestles against some existing areas of built development. So if we can just flick through to the initial concept approach, please, Wendy. So having taken into account the opportunities and constraints, the overall concept that we're proposing is as you see it. So you see a road connection through from the Buckingham Heights there to northwest. You see that little double-headed arrow which shows a connection through, and then you show a sort of road link which connects the fore and aft, as it were, of the housing. Housing pushed up against the Buckingham Heights and the existing sort of Littleham development, therefore leaving the southeastern side free to protect the character of the Mare Valley, and obviously provide opportunities for green infrastructure and also for things like sustainable urban drainage, and that's what we're really seeing in the southwest there, potential sort of attenuation suds, drainage basins, and so on and so forth. Protecting, keeping a sort of landscape sort of buffer between the two. You see that green strip, which breaks it up, and that helps also to protect the character and reduce the sort of urbanizing characteristics of this edge of settlement location. So if you can move forward onto the illustrative layout, please, Wendy. And so this is the overall approach that we're putting forward. As you see, as I've mentioned a couple of times, connects in from Buckingham Gardens. And what you do have is, in terms of pedestrian linkage, and doesn't come through clearly on this, but you've got a footpath connection from the eastern corner, which takes you up into Littleham. And obviously you'll have footpath connections equally up through the Buckingham Heights development. The scheme is able to deliver the 40 units easily, which is incommensurate with the sort of target level set out in your policies. And I think you would hopefully appreciate that's 40 units without pushing it or overdeveloping it too hard. You know, I think it's important to have a landscape boundary, landscape character boundary on the southeastern side, and to respect that settlement edge and the countryside beyond. And I think that's what it provides. Now, interestingly, that buffer area is also able to provide play space or similar. And you'll see in the middle there, in that landscape spine, you also got a further footpath connection through, which then takes you to the footpath, which runs all the way down the sort of valley, all the way to the coast. So again, I think this is something which, you know, it's a development which is able to support your wider ambitions of you know, growth in your primary settlement. It's on undesignated land, and it would sit comfortably within the context of those areas of existing and emerging growth in the area. And it should be noted that we've had some cognizance of highways capacity. I know this is a sensitive issue, but obviously it is possible from a capacity point of view, technically, to serve this development through Buckingham Heights. And that's something we've always had in our back of mind, and always looked at in terms of highways capacity and safety type issues. So, you know, I think this is a good opportunity for you to do something, and it's one which I think hopefully marries that sort of wider growth ambition with protecting the character of the area, not overcooking it. So questions?
Thanks very much. Councillor Skinner, we'll come to you, please.
Yes, I've got to declare an interest again. This farm is where I farmed as when I was with my father and brother, but that was many years ago. So I just make that declaration as a personal interest now, along with the last one. I can't do it with all four, Chair, because I'm not sure where the other ones are. And I don't think I declare an interest with them. But let's just stick to this one. But the question I'd like to ask Mr. John is why are these two sites, when one absolutely interlinks with the other, why have they not come as one with 84 units instead of two, one at 44 and one at 40? I'm at a little bit of a mess here as to understanding why the two are separated out in as they are. That's the first question. If I may, let's just deal with that one first, please. Thank you.
I mean, there are proximate to each other, but they are separate. So they don't abut each other, albeit they are a few hundred meters away. And I think that's really the top and bottom of it, to be perfectly honest. They could come forward together if that was, members' view. They could come forward one or the other. There is, they are associated, but they don't adjoin each other, and that's the only reason why they haven't been promoted as a single opportunity.
Could I go further, Chair, please?
Of course you can, Councillor Skinner.
I'm not sure that exactly rubs, does it? Because the second one, I could try and look at it. First one was you called it Douglas Gardens, didn't you? And the second one you called Littleham Fields. Littleham Fields can't actually operate, can it? Unless I'm wrong, can't actually operate without Douglas Gardens taking place first, because one links very much into the other. Or have I got that wrong?
This site would be accessed through Buckingham Heights rather than Plum Park.
So are you calling, sorry as I'm clear, are you calling Douglas Gardens, because I can get these names a bit right, are you calling Douglas Gardens Buckingham Heights?
No, I'm not. But
see, I know the land.
No, I know. So your site, so the site at Douglas Gardens that we've just talked about, that's to the southwest, right, of Plum Park. You've got Plum Park in the middle, yeah, and associated next to that, and kind of part of the same concept, but actually a separate proposition, is Buckingham Heights, right? They came through separately, but associated with each other.
Okay.
Yeah. And then to one side, to the coastward side, you have Douglas Gardens. And then to the Littleham side, you have the Littleham Fields site. So they are close, but separate.
Okay. The name of that field,
accessed in different ways.
The name of that field, Grattan.
Grattan.
The name of that field is
Okay.
Littleham Fields is called Grattan.
Okay.
So
Skinner's getting all nostalgic now.
Well, I am and I'm not. What I'm trying to do, Chair, I'm trying to in some way in my mind, I'm trying to work out how these schemes are going to come together, and I don't want to get into the devil in the detail, because that's another day. But I'm just trying to, just for everybody's benefit as well, and everybody listening, that just to try to grab how this sort of comes together, because I can't because I know the land so well, I can't quite get it together. And in my mind, if I can't get it together, I don't know how other members are going to manage. But anyway, I'll take it as it's read, as it's said, and I'll leave it to there. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Davey, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to come back to cycling again, because I think a lot of concern about these settlements is that they simply add to the amount of car usage, and I don't want to see that happen. But you've got to make good provision for cycling. Could I first ask, what provision has been made for cycling within Plum Park? We've got an existing development there, so if people from this development are going to access through Plum Park to get up towards Littleham Cross, has any provision been made for cycling within Plum Park at the moment?
The honest answer is yes, it has. But the details escape me, because that was brought forward by Taylor Wimpey and not by ourselves. So I wish I'd give you a more fulsome answer than that, but I can't.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ingham, we come to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask Wendy to put up the slide of the plan of the area? Because I'd like to ask Mr. John a question about it, please.
Bear with me. I'm going to have to open it again, because I had the other slide prepared for the next one.
Sure.
So
I can start with the question, Chair, and that's okay. From that, I think it was immediately north of the proposed site, there looked to be a field that was totally encompassed by housing or projected housing. So my first question is that land in the ownership of your client? And if the answer is yes, what have you considered for that area? Because it's immediately adjacent.
The land is not within the ownership of the estate.
Then I better be reasonable. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Miller, we come to you, please.
All right, thanks, Chair. I wanted to just come back to Councillor Skinner's point, because I agree with it, in that I think it would be beneficial to look at these sites as a whole, because we know when we're talking about things like the cycling provision, I think there's a benefit to looking at the sites and how they work together. And I think that's no criticism of Mr. John whatsoever. It's just I would like to. It would have been really helpful in a presentation to have seen how those sites work alongside each other, especially when we're discussing, when we're looking at what Councillor Davey was saying about how these sites are meant to be promoting cycling provision and how they then link to the adjoining ones, Taylor Wimpey. So that would be my feedback on it. I think I'd gain a lot more from looking at the sites as a whole. I do understand the argument, by the way, about why you've made them separate, sir, but that would be my feedback on it, all as a whole and how they work together. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. With no one else wishing to speak, can I invite you to go on to your third presentation, please, Mr. John?
Thank you. So, Wendy, this is the land north of Salterton Road, isn't it, Exmouth? Thank you. Can I have the first slide, please? Which is constraints and opportunities. Okay, thank you. So this is an area of almost 10 hectares, 9.92. Just to orientate you, for those of you not entirely clear of the location. So this is land immediately north of the Salterton Road. It is on the eastern edge of Exmouth. So immediately to the west of that, you can just see a little rectangle. That is currently allocated for phase 3 of the Liverton Business Park proposals. And immediately offside of that to the left, you've got Liverton Business Park, and then you're onto some of the associated employment provision and retail in the eastern part of Exmouth. The land is undesignated, so you've got A and B to the south, which is shown in that sort of green camouflage type colour, but the land to the north is not designated. And I think from our point of view, we would suggest that this would obviously be an extension of the settlement, but it's one which bolts very much onto the existing settlement as rather than is freestanding at the moment. From a sort of generic, sort of high level point of view, again, this is looking at presenting an opportunity for facilitating some modest additional growth to Exmouth as your primary settlement, and to do it in a way which is cognizant of the constraints and landscape designations which do act as a wider constraint to Exmouth's potential. And this is one way of facilitating some additional growth. We would view it as a very sustainable location, in the sense that you have Liverton phases 1, 2, and soon to be 3 immediately to the west, with all the jobs and mix of uses there. And then beyond that, you've got other employment, and you've also got retail. So you have the big Tesco a few hundred meters down, well, a little way down the road, and then you've got Lidl and so on. So this isn't an isolated site, and it's one which is well attached to other uses, complementary uses in Exmouth. It is, of course, on a public transport and road corridor, so the Liverton Road as with the buses and so on. So again, there's opportunities to benefit from that. And although it's it's a visible site to some extent, it's not as visible as many in the Exmouth area. And it does have the ability to be quite contained in some ways, because it's broken up by the hedgerows which bisect the site, and so on. And actually, you can use the topography to your advantage to some extent to make any development of the site settle quite well in. The long frontage that it has means there's also number of opportunities to create access points, vehicular and other access points into the site, because you have a long frontage and it's a straight frontage. And although it's a main road, that generates opportunities to provide safe and careful access. Can I have the concept analysis, please, Wendy, which is the next slide? So what we're thinking of is a proposal kind of along these lines, whereby you have some residential development, which is cut into parcels towards the centre parts of the site, and benefits from the field boundaries, etc., to try and generate sort of a series of sort of subplots within the overall site, which are then self-contained and broken up from a landscape point of view, and then use the periphery as a landscape settlement sort of character buffer to help the site and the scheme settle in. Got 2 points of access. Clearly, you've got a number of flexibility. Frankly, the highways analysis suggests you could put access in at different places, but this seemed to work well from a sort of landscape character point of view. You've got an access point shown by the double-headed arrow on the southwestern corner, and then one probably in and around the centre where you see the other double-headed arrow. And then you've got the opportunity to put green infrastructure in and around the site, either as public access for play areas or similar, or more general space, or for multi-use urban drainage, for example. Can I have the illustrative layout then, please? So this is the proposal as it stands at the moment. And as I say, what we're seeing is a concept based around a series of parcels, which are then self-contained with their own setting, but which are mainly coalesced around the centre of the site, with buffers on the western, northern, and eastern sides to reflect that sort of countryside location and edge of settlement location. The size of the site means that there's opportunity to do quite a lot of green infrastructure, and that will deal with issues to do with drainage, sustainable drainage, biodiversity net gain, sort of leisure impact, and so on and so forth. And obviously you're connecting onto a public transport network. The proposal, this scheme, we would like to think, again, it doesn't overcook the development potential of the site, but equally it still provides crudely 124 dwellings, and therefore can make a really good contribution to focusing growth in and around Exmouth. So it's something which is, it's a good opportunity site. It can be well balanced in terms of its relationship with the edge of settlement location and the other things that associated with residential development, but is also a sustainable location. And clearly, as part of that, there's an opportunity, given the number of units, for a sizable chunk of affordable housing to come through in the normal way, and subject to the prescription set out in the emerging local plan. So again, we think it's a good site which has quite a lot of merit and doesn't overcook the development potential. So I'll be happy to field any questions you've got, members.
Thank you very much for that. Just for my own personal clarification, the whole of this site is obviously it's north of the AONB. No part of it sits within the AONB. Everything south of Salterton Road is part of the AONB.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Miller. We go to you, please.
Thanks, Chair. Obviously, welcome green infrastructure and the hopefully high level of affordable housing. Is Mr. John, is he concerned about the fact, so this I don't think could reasonably considered to be a cyclable area. Nobody would buy a home here and cycle. I'd say there'd be at least 124 cars, if not much more. Is he aware of the sort of traffic chaos I would probably describe over at the Liverton Business Park, where we've had huge issues with access and exiting on that junction? Now, I know there have been some small mitigations put in place on that, but that is still a serious issue in Exmouth for residents. Has he considered that? And does he worry, as I do, that this proposal will increase issues in that area?
I am familiar with that. I act for the estate on a range of matters, and I'm not party. Well, I'm not day-to-day involved in those issues at Liverton because it's an operational business park and I'm a planning consultant, but I am aware of that. And I am aware of discussions that have been ongoing about how to mitigate that in terms of the junction design and so on. And there are opportunities there. They're very different. They're very different characteristics. You have traffic associated with Liverton, and it's partly to do with the junction design, but that's flowing from a commercial activity. You know, there's people using the McDonald's there, as well as the sort of the other uses, and that's quite a different proposition to a residential use, which has different patterns of movement across the day. So you know, residential developments typically more peaky, as it's known. You know, you have school in the morning, pick up, and come back from work in the afternoon. Whereas the issues in Liverton at the business park, as I say, partly technical design of the junction, but to do with don't share the same timings. So they don't necessarily. I'm not a transport consultant, but they don't necessarily aggravate each other because they take place at different times. Clearly, this is an issue which we would want to have a proper grip on. You know, if you were to allocate that and an application has come forward, these are issues which members would want an answer to, which the Highway Authority would want an answer to, and which would have to be addressed. My instinct is there are always solutions, and actually, I'm not clear that this is a poor cycling location. You know, it's not a million miles. You can walk, you know, and part of the thing might be facilitating and improving pedestrian links, but you can walk from there to Liverton, you can walk from there to Tesco, you can walk from there to Lidl. And I certainly, you know, as I said, I'm a keen cyclist. I would happily get on my bike, cycle down that broad road. It is a busy road, but it's a broad road, into Exmouth, you know, and I would and do commute through these areas, and I'm sure other people like me do. So I personally think that was the sort of thing that we would think about. How do you improve that cyclability, pedestrian linkages, you know, widths of footpaths, you know, segregation of footpaths into cycle lanes. That's all modern thinking in terms of the highway solution. But you're absolutely right. This is an issue that we would wish to get a grip on.
Chair, very briefly, so is there potential for example, any walkable linkage between the business park and this development, for example? Is that a possibility?
Just very crudely, I mean, perhaps we can look at the illustrative layout there again, Wendy, if you can bring that up. So the obvious solution, if you see the Liverton 3 site immediately to the left of the screen as we look at it, and then we've shown a pedestrian and vehicle access in on that left-hand side, would simply be to connect that access point in, right, and run a footpath, cycle path across the front of Liverton, the Liverton 3 phase, because those plans will come forward in due course. But to design that in, and you could then take pedestrian or cycle or both access in to Liverton across the frontage of Liverton 3, connect direct into the this site without anyone ever stepping foot on the footpath on the main road.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks. That's really helpful.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bailey, you haven't asked a question in a while. We'll come to you next, please.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to ask a question about the education provision, because I think based on Devon County's calculations, it would generate something like 31 primary school pupils. And I wondered what assessment you'd done on the impact on local primary schools. And obviously, normally there'd be a contribution to primary schools, but if the primary schools don't have the space, then that can be problematic. And I just wondered, you haven't mentioned education, and also there's obviously secondary education to consider. So could you just comment on that, please?
Well, the simple answer is that a scheme of 124 or thereabouts dwellings is not going to be big enough to support primary schools in its own right. So we would have to be looking at an off-site contribution or facilitating existing education provision elsewhere. The short answer is we haven't looked at that in any detail at the moment. It would be necessary for, as part of any planning application or the consideration of the allocation of the site in due course, to look at the impact of this on the capacity of the area, and we have to deal with it then.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davey, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a number of questions on this one. You've got quite a lot of land there and low density of housing. Is that really viable? And could this one come back and all of a sudden either we can't provide the affordable housing or we've got to pack a lot more housing on there? That's my first question. My second is that you've got accesses there that come out onto a road with a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. Cars turning right, I think from recollection, are going to be going uphill, so quite slow. People do absolutely tear along that road, and as Councillor Miller rightly said, we've had enough problems at Liverton Junction. I got flashed there the other day because I dared to come out. And somebody, I had to take their foot off the go faster thing, you know. And in terms of cycling, I am a keen cyclist too, but there is absolutely no way I would come out of that development and go onto that road. So it needs off-road provision. You've talked about an access into the Liverton Business Park, which would be great, but I want to know who's going to provide this. And we've heard a lot of things today with lovely proposals, and this could happen and that could happen, but the devil is who is actually going to provide this and pay for it. And are we expecting Devon County Council to pick this up? And if so, where are they going to find the money from?
Okay. So these are clearly matters of some merit, they need to be properly addressed in due course. But to some extent, they're matters of detail which you would have to take on and have to deal with as part of a planning application. So very much the next level of detail. It's entirely reasonable to think about those. Now, secondly, in terms of issues like dealing with safety and speed, and indeed, for example, dealing with viability, for example, the estate doesn't have one set model for way which brings forward housing. And it's not a volume house builder. It takes a view on a case-by-case basis of what is needed to be done to satisfy. It wants to get planning permission, but also it has that longer-term objective of being associated with development which comes forward. And so that affects the way it goes into bed with developers. And I can't speak for the client, but what they don't typically do is simply to sell a site off and say, right, over to you, volume house builder, do with it what you will. There's always some arrangement whereby the estate has some control on the end product. And sometimes that involves mechanisms like doing joint ventures, which is, for example, what they've done in some other schemes nearby. And that allows them to maintain control on the design and the form of the development. Now, as I say, I can't answer for them, but issue where there's pressure on things like viability and quality, which are absolutely reasonable questions for members to ask. There are ways in which the estate can manage that, and they do that in other developments. At the Budley Salterton scheme they've done, which has been award-winning for design, King Alfred Way, they took a very pragmatic attitude. And part of the design has been influenced heavily by the JV approach that the estate have taken. So that is a way in which they can manage the output. In terms of safety and speed issues, again, we would have to make the case to you in detail, and I've started to articulate to Councillor Miller, perhaps some of the ways in which you can address the sort of pedestrian and cycle linkages, and the relationship with car speeds is a similar mechanism. You look at ways of mitigating design. There would be contributions, I am sure, have a negotiation with the Highways Authority. They identify this as being a particular issue of speeding and so on along that front. that then becomes an obligation for the developer, for the estate, to either address as part of the works or for a financial contribution which they have to stump up for. So, you know, I don't know the answer. I can't give you a definitive response on those points. But what I'm saying is experience tells me that developers such as the estate can take a pragmatic attitude, open-minded attitude, and there are ways of controlling this if it's shown to be an additional issue.
Thank you very much. Can I invite you to go on to your next presentation, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you. So this is my final site this morning. This is Capel Lane, Exmouth. Can I have the site and constraints and opportunities? So this is a very small site actually in Capel Lane, which is contextually, for members who are not familiar, within the eastern urban area of the settlement. It's a small, essentially it's an infill site. So although it's currently designated as open countryside, it reads as an infill plot. And the site area, as you can see, extends quite a long way to the rear of the building line, but actually, as the sort of amber hatched lines and the yellow hatched lines show, the rear part of the site is actually subject to constraint because it's infrastructure used by South West Water to support a reservoir, which is just on the north there. You can see the bottom corner of it. And so actually what that has the effect is of sterilising that part of the site. But nonetheless, there is an opportunity there to bring forward development on the forward part of the site, the Capel Lane part of the site. And it would read visually as being, you know, bookended on either side. Read as part of the street, to be perfectly honest, bookended on either side, well, three sides by existing housing. Again, it's in Exmouth, so it's an ability to help you with your supply in your main settlement. And it's also the nature of the site, being a small site, it's an opportunity to help the council with its requirement to meet the government's diktats on the supply of small sites. I think 10% of your sites are required to come forward on small sites in order to diversify supply. And this would be an ideal site in that sense. If we can just flick on to the illustrative layout sites, please. So this is what we think the site's able to bear. So you put in access in across the northern part there. That uses some of the land which is subject to easement by South West Water, but that's entirely okay. And then you get capacity for about 8 units. And you'll see the top left, in this instance, we did some further analysis which looked at the mix. And what you'll get on that site is actually a mixture of unit sizes. And there's a number of ways you can configure it, but what that allows you to do is provide a mixture of 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units if you require it. And that we think might work quite well given the context. You know, it provides a bit of small space as well as a little bit bigger space for local residents. And it can be serviced with parking, etc., in a parking court. It can sit in a way that doesn't adversely affect the setback from the properties to the north. There's no privacy impact on those 2 properties you can see to the north. And equally on the southern side, it just reads as a continuation of the building line with the houses fronting Capel Lane. And then the rest of the site, which is shown in blue, that remains as open countryside. The development wouldn't extend further east than the existing building line materially. So it's not going to have any disruptive effect on the character of that part of the open countryside. So I think this is actually, you know, it has advantage to you in terms of your small site supply. It sits well, and it's in many ways, you know, we feel it's quite an obvious site to do because of the way it would sit within the existing character of Capel Lane and provide a mix of unit sizes. So yeah, that's what I've got to say on that, and I'd welcome questions.
Councillor Skinner, we go to you, please.
I thought somebody best jump in. Yes, Mr. John, first off, it's Capel Lane. And I cringe every time you say Capel because it's Capel. We'll get that one right. But secondly, I see 8 dwellings. The end of Capel Lane. I know exactly where it is. So it's right on the edge. I'm assuming here, right on the edge of. If you could, I don't know if you can get the Wendy. If you can get the drawing up again, on the end of the Littleham housing estate. Right there, is it not? I couldn't quite sort of work it out really, but where it is. So I wonder if you could just, and this is really for the benefit of everybody else as well as myself, but the Salton Road is here. So could you just tell me where the road and the junction that comes out, and then where exactly this site sits? Because I can't quite see the housing estate because it's pinched in too much for me, and I wanted to see it in a bigger scale, really.
Yeah. Okay. So if you imagine just off the top of the screen there, you can see the reservoir and that sort of rectangular sort of corner of it, and you can see a number of houses. Right. If you go immediately north of there, you're on the Liverton Road. Sorry, the Salterton Road. Sorry. Yeah. So that's the main. And so you're on the northeastern corner of the settlement, and Capel Lane, and apologies for the mispronunciation, and Capel Lane intersects with the with Salterton Road, kind of just north of the of where that little inset showing the unit mix is.
Yeah. Could I? So a question I might ask then at this particular point, in knowing in the mix with other houses that are there as well, and knowing that with Exmouth in particular, we've got quite a real need for particularly for smaller types of housing that would actually resonate well both with the Salton Road as far as people walking with. There's a supermarket, big supermarket, not very far away is Littleham Village and the like. So very much a school, not very far away, very much walking distance stuff here. That actually, I'm wondering if the need to get lots of more affordable type housing into a scheme such as this, instead of 3 and 4 bed and 4 bed houses, which is almost like a general mix without really perhaps discussions going further about how we can actually get much more units at a slightly higher density to really get something of providing some real affordable housing for many people, which is a real dire need, particularly in Exmouth with this increasing population. And whether or not this particular mix actually is really working well for Exmouth, it might work better for yourselves, but on a strategic planning position from ourselves of the way of getting something really for affordable housing into a scheme here, because it nestles well with other type of housing that fits within that criteria.
Yeah. You might be right, to be perfectly honest. I think the layout you've got there, the mix you've got there, it's a starter for 10, isn't it? It's what can we do in a sort of balanced mix? And clearly, if you move that more towards 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms, and you might be right, that might be what the market might want in that location, as well as meeting the sort of strategic need, and that would generate, I suggest, an increased capacity. So we're talking 8 at the moment, and that might go up to 12, 13. And that might optimize the potential. All this does really is to say, look, you've got, there is a minimum number of units you can get on this site, and we can play around with the mix. That is just a starter for 10. If officers and members come to a view that this is a site which needs to be really focused on smaller scale development, the estate would live with that.
Chair, could I go further?
Yes, of course.
Knowing that you've now put 4 separate sites together, and this is a strategic plan, so we're not talking about planning applications, we're talking strategically thinking and how we need to try to maximise the land for the best types of use. I would like to think I could indicate both the Exmouth members and the officers and yourself, Chair, as the strategic planning lead, in the way that in some way the mix could be put together here to get some of the other schemes that you've done as individual sites that you could get some perhaps affordable housing that, say, you could get a different, slightly different, better mix on this site. What do you call it? Douglas Gardens and Little Fields or whatever, and have a really good affordable housing element scheme maybe on this site. In other words, instead of taking each site as you've done with 40, 44 and all the rest of it, which you've done, which I'm not criticizing, Mr. John, I'm just saying that's how it's done. But from us as a strategic planning development model here, in trying to get the very best for Exmouth and trying to get more units to more affordable people, I think there's a conversation, I hope the officers are picking up on this, that I think there's a conversation to be had that take all of these sites as a mix them up a little bit, change the phonetics a little bit, and actually get something better for people with wanting the real affordable housing. Am I there? Sorry, I don't want to get too involved, Chair. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to say this is quite an anomaly we haven't seen before. We've got a landowner coming forward with 4 different sites, and they're all in the same town. And I think there's a conversation to be had. And I realise why they've done it, because this is the process. But I think there's a much better conversation to be had to get something much better. And that's all that I need to say. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Bailey, come to you, please.
Thank you. It's really a question for you, Chair, or maybe Ed Freeman, that I'm surprised that we're discussing a site. I understand that they're all being bought forward by the same person, but I'm surprised that we're discussing a site for only 8 houses when there are 27 other sites which presumably have as many, if not more. And I just wondered what the rationale for that was. Thank you.
It was the rationale of committee that they wished to prefer sites that scored 3 and 4 or by the officer's report. That's what we've brought forward. We don't discriminate on the size of the site. It's just we thought we'd give everyone a fair chance, and that's what we've tried to do. Councillor Miller, we go to you, please.
Thanks, Chair. I really welcome Councillor Skinner's statements. I know he's not an Exmouth member, but he has a lot of experience of Exmouth and he knows Exmouth. And I think that's absolutely right, that we want to be putting the affordable housing in the right place, where the people who live in that affordable housing are going to get the most from it, near to a bus route, as Councillor Skinner said, near to a school. So I hope Mr. John would agree. It would be really good if we can continue discussions where we're looking at the mix, so we're getting those affordable housing in the right place. And I think this particular development, this particular site would be a very good site, I think, for affordable housing, for all the reasons Councillor Skinner said. Near to a school, right next to a bus stop, I believe, actually, a really good bus route into town. So we need to think about what people in affordable housing need.
Councillor Miller, this is for questions. It's not really for statements. Can we?
My question is,
question, please. Thank you.
It is the question. Is he going to? Will he come back with? Are we able to look at the sites as a whole? It is a question, Chair, and these are not statements, so that's unfair. Thank you.
I can look. I understand the point being made, and the estate is in, in a fairly unusual position in that it has a number of sites in the way that Councillor Skinner has described. I can report that back to, I'm the consultant, not the landowner. But equally, I can report that point back to my clients. But my experience suggests that is a conversation they would be more than happy to have.
Thanks very much. Councillor Brewster-Siren, we'll go to you, please.
Yes, so thanks, Chair. Just very quickly, I think we all get what Councillor Skinner and others mentioned about the affordable housing. Do you have any idea, Mr. John? There's been very good presentations as to which of the 4 sites you've talked about will be most likely to be viable. Because I think when I asked you that question at the beginning on the first presentation, EX06, I think you indicated to me an issue was viability. So could you just tell us which particular site, even if we lump them together, is likely to generate the viability to deliver these affordable housing that we're all requiring? Thank you so much, Chair.
The short answer is that I don't know, that I'm not a surveyor, and I don't have the viability nuances at my fingertips on any of these sites. So I can't. It would be wrong of me to offer something that is that is not credible. I'd hate to mislead you, and I'd hate to mislead my own client. All I will say is clearly viability. You know, if you want to bring these developments forward, the viability is always going to be an issue. But equally, there's always some flexibility, isn't there, to negotiate and agree a position that works for everybody. Otherwise, there'd be no grant of planning permission, would there? Sorry, Councillor, I'm not being evasive. I can't give you a straight answer to that. That would come out, I suspect, following further conversations along the lines we've been talking about.
Thank you. That's very helpful, and I'm sure as a ward member, and many of us will welcome those conversations. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Are there any further questions? No. Okay.
Good. Okay.
Thank you very much for your contributions today, Mr.
No
Johnson.
problem.
All your presentations really appreciated. We'll now stop for lunch, and I'd ask members, could we please return for 25 to 2, and that will give us 5 minutes just before the next set of presentations at 20 to 2.
Chair.
Can I just remind members we're still live streaming, so anything you say will be heard.
Thanks for that, everyone, and welcome back. We move into the afternoon session, so I'll just start. I'd like to just do a roll call of all the committee members here present. So, Wendy, can we go over to you, please?
Yes, certainly, Chair. So I'll start with you, Councillor Ledger.
Present, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Arnott. Councillor Bailey.
Present, thanks.
Councillor Blakey.
Present, thanks.
Have we got Councillor Bonetta? No. Councillor Chamberlain.
Present, thank you, Andy.
Have we got Councillor Hayward this afternoon? Okay, Councillor Howe.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Ingham.
Present.
Councillor Moulding.
Present.
Councillor Pratt.
Present, Wendy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance. Councillor Skinner.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we got Councillor Arnott in the meeting.
Thank you, present, Wendy. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much. And then can we go through to Mrs. Shaw just to remind members on the declarations, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, whilst this is an information gathering meeting for the Strategic Planning Committee, it is still a requirement for members to make their declarations of interest as normal, either when your name is called or soon as you realise during the meeting. However, if you have declared a personal interest in a site, then as this is not a decision-making meeting, issues of bias and predetermination do not apply. Chair, are you willing to go through a roll call for interests as well at this point?
I'm happy to. I understand Councillor Blakey wasn't here in the morning session. I'll just open it out to other members to stick up their electronic hand if they have any additional declarations to make. But Councillor Blakey, we'll go to you first.
Thank you, Chair. I've got no declaration to make as far as I'm aware at this point. If I do, I'll shout at the time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you very much, Chair. It was just to update my declaration from this morning with lots of the sites coming forward that I didn't realise were quite in the Broadclist ward area. So as a district councillor for Broadclist ward, that's Axe, Hayes, any in Honiton that bound that area. I just wish to update my declaration for that. Thank you.
And thank you for that. And Councillor Davey, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mentioned car clubs and co-cars this morning. I'd just like to say that I'm a very minor investor in co-cars. So that's a personal interest if we could make a note of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move to the main agenda. I'd like to welcome Simon Coles to the meeting. Simon, are you with us?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm also with David Lowfink, Land and Planning Director of CG Fry and Son Limited.
Thank you very much. You have 15 minutes whenever you're ready. The floor's all yours.
Thank you, Chair. Wendy, may we have the first slide, please?
Yes, bear with me. I'll just share my screen for you.
Thank you. Great, thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Chair, fellow councillors. David Lowfink, CG Fry. Simon's just introduced me. I'm going to talk just this first slide before I hand on to Simon for the remainder of our presentation. A little bit about CG Fry, for those of you who don't know of us. We're a family-owned house builder and contracting business based in West Dorset. We're active across the southwest, including in your district, and we employ about 180 people, build about 300 dwellings a year. So we're that regional house builder SME category. We say collaborative and inclusive on the slide because one of the things we pride ourselves on now is high quality stakeholder and community engagement. The slide, coincidentally, actually behind you on the screen there is of our Wellington scheme, just off the M5, of course. That's on there because the work we do with the town council, and we involve them throughout, led to an excellent working relationship with them and its community. And it also demonstrates that you can do large-scale development and maintain high quality. So something we take very seriously. We get involved with communities early on. We do things like inquiries by design, lots of community-based workshop sessions, etc. Our new homes are also built to a very high standard, both the open market and the affordable elements. We exceed the building regs in terms of insulation, energy use, air tightness, and we firmly believe that you build a building well and you build it to last. That's one of our driving forces. We also design all of our schemes according to its own specific and individual location, surroundings and character, which leads me on to the last bullet point, which is our team. What you get with CG Fry is the people that do the job, apart from the fella sitting next to me, because sometimes I have to employ people like him because I can't do everything. But you get me, you get my MD, Philip Fry, you get our design director, and we now do, which is quite unusual for a company of our size, we do everything in-house, from master planning right through to giving our purchasers the keys. So that allows us to control every aspect of the process throughout planning and through the build phase. In addition, we use a team of excellent local consultants that we've built lasting relationships with over years. They're all very good at working with their opposite numbers in local authorities and with your communities. And lastly, before I hand on to Simon, we've heard increasingly at consultation events amongst communities that the promises given to them during allocation phase, local plan phase and outline phases don't get carried through into good quality detailed outcomes, possibly because the landowner's got the consent and then an incoming developer has not necessarily taken that forwards. What you get with us is involvement from day one. So what we discuss, agree, commit to on day one gets followed through the detailed planning process and the build out process. So that's a little bit about us. If we could have the next slide, please, Wendy, that'd be great. And I'll hand on to Simon, our planning consultant, to take through the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Hello again, members. The next couple or three slides really are, I suppose, some of the technical bits and pieces. We don't want to go into too much detail, but I think just picking up on David's point about the team, the slides that you're about to see really summarise the outputs of quite a lot of technical work that's been undertaken on this particular site. And the site that you're looking at is 02, 09 and 08. They basically are the yellow sort of figure one in the slide, and the two parcels to the south and southeast respectively. CG Fry's had a look at this site in respect of land contamination, access and transport, flood risk and surface water drainage, levels, utility connections, ecology, landscape, and archaeology and heritage. And the outputs of that work found their way into a delivery report that was submitted to your officers in October 21. So if you would like some further information, perhaps that we don't cover off today, I'm sure your officers would be pleased to supply you with those, with copies of that particular report. It's pretty digestible. None of it's too technical. It's all fairly straightforward. So even I can understand it. But what it says really, members, is this. It says that Axminster is one of your main towns. It's actually one of only 3 settlements in East Devon district that achieves a full house of all of your sustainability indicators. And this is suggesting to me, anyway, as a town planner, that Axminster really should receive a decent amount of development that is consistent with its position in the hierarchy, its location in the far east of the district, and also its role and function as a main town, importantly with all of the strategic requirements, including a mainline railway station. And I think that the remainder of the slide really talks about the site itself. But I think it's fair to say about Axminster also that in the current local plan, there is a strategic allocation for 650 dwellings. That has been deleted because it's not deliverable, or it is proposed to be deleted, pardon me. But even with all of the allocations on the sites identified in yellow, that would make Axminster still about 140 homes short of the adopted local plan, and that doesn't really allow for any future allocations to meet future needs. So what I think we're saying here is that we would ask members to have a serious look at opportunities in Axminster to really get back to where Axminster should be in terms of the amount of development that it receives. So just picking up on some of the points on the slide here, well, the site that we're looking at currently abuts the Buab. It's easy walking distance to the town centre. Crucially, it's outside the AONB. It's gently sloping, and in fact, it's very much the same sort of topography as you find in the built area of Axminster. You can get access straight and direct off the A358, no expensive infrastructure, road improvements, bypasses, spine roads required. Really looking at the size of the site, the opportunities there, we're pretty confident in assessing its potential as being really around 500 market and affordable homes. Thank you. Wendy, please, may we have the next slide? Thanks, Wendy. Okay, so this is really picking up on some of the strategic considerations, and this one talks about landscape. And I suppose the reason why we've looked at it is because really in response to the comments in the officer assessment of the site, we felt that I think members may want to hear a little bit more about the landscape considerations. And so we're looking at Axminster and the site as a whole. There, CG Fry has taken landscape and heritage advice from qualified professionals. Tyler Grange have looked at the landscaping, so that's really this slide. And as you know, members, Axminster is surrounded by 3 AONBs, but the closest part of the AONBs just a little over 250 metres to the west of the site. There are no, funnily enough, no strategic views identified from AONBs into the site or in the local plan or the local plan evidence base. And in that respect, this site's quite unusual because that makes it pretty unfettered or unconstrained by strategic landscape effects. And actually, the assessment that Tyler Grange have done concludes that land to the north and south of Axminster is actually the least constrained in terms of strategic views and landscape considerations. Thank you, Wendy. May we have the next slide, please? Thank you. So this slide really looks in a bit more detail at the site itself and identifies a number of considerations. So we've talked about the strategic aspect of national considerations, the AONB, but there are also no local landscape considerations either. The views into the site are actually quite intermittent and screened by topography, by built form, and by existing landscaping. There is a sheltered of ancient monument to the northeast of the site, but that isn't a landscape or a visual constraint in itself. There are heritage considerations associated with that, but Again, the delivery report that we've issued concludes pretty emphatically that yes, further investigation is required of that and how it affects the sites. But again, that is not a hard constraint. Mitigation is possible through design for whatever may be found there. So where this takes us members in respect of this site is that it is very deliverable in landscape terms. But that's not to say that a careful approach to development on higher ground isn't justified, warranted. We've got to look carefully at the settlement edge, and that can be done through master planning and all of the clever techniques of master planning and landscape design, but building design as well, and how you treat that urban edge. There are opportunities to create new orchards, livable and edible streets as well, to create interest, local food production, and so on and so forth. And of course, a big topic at the moment, biodiversity net gain. The site is big enough and there are plenty of opportunities to achieve biodiversity net gain at 10% within the site. So it's pretty self-contained in that respect. And there are another one of the requirements of developing sites in this sort of location is the connectivity to existing public rights of way. And also there's a potential connection to a national cycle route locally that is achievable through this site. Thank you, Wendy. Next slide, please. Okay, members, I think really to draw those elements together, what we're saying is Axminster is a highly sustainable location, and this site is highly sustainable in transport and planning terms. It's available now. There are willing landowners sitting behind the proposal and supporting CG Fry. Development is viable. No expensive infrastructure is needed to bring this site forward, and that makes it deliverable. It is absolutely deliverable in commercial and planning terms. It can achieve a significant contribution to market and affordable housing, and these are needs that are not being consistently met in the eastern part of the districts at the moment. So this could be a key plank of a future housing strategy. You've seen on the first slide that David's company adopts a very strong approach to local character and materials and design. We talked about biodiversity net gain and the opportunity that brings. And then finally, the population that could live here, possibly over 1,000 people, will make a significant contribution to the role and function of Axminster Town Centre, its shops, its services, and its facilities. Thank you, Wendy. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the final slide, and it really draws together everything that we've been saying so far. We've got a company here that does everything in-house in terms of design. It is really strong on collaboration and inclusivity in the design and development process. There's a town that is sustainable. There's a site that's sustainable. It's available now, deliverable and viable. It could make a significant contribution towards meeting currently unmet and future housing needs. All effects, including landscape and heritage, transport, flood risk and surface water drainage, everything could be mitigated. The development could make a significant build and contribution towards local character, building on quality and materials. And it will support Axminster Town Centre. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Can I just remind members, obviously, in this afternoon's session, please keep your points, your questions very short. Please try and avoid making statements and only direct your questions towards the presenters, please. Councillor Arnott, we come to you first, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the two gentlemen representing CG Fry on this particular site, which is interesting. Two questions, please. As far as your ambitions in providing an affordable element to this. I'd be interested to hear what you, given that I know you work in this sector, and in my ward in Colleton, there's a very good but very small development of affordable homes built by CG Fry. It is indeed of good quality, but as a percentage, finger in the air, of what you would deliver, what would you hope would be affordable, is the first question. And the second question is just, can I ask again for you to confirm that this site needs no further transport infrastructure at all? In other words, it's developable without a bypass or anything of that sort. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take that. It's a greenfield site, and if I answer the second question first, if I may, it's our evidence base. Of course, your own officers will critically evaluate that, and indeed you'll seek your own views on it. But our transport consultants are telling me that there isn't a requirement for further infrastructure. Of course, there'll be travel planning measures. Of course, there'll be local improvements. There'll be connectivity into the existing adjoining housing estate, and a fairly simple junction off the main A358. That's our evidence today. Of course, accepting you'll come to your own views on that. So we're not sensing any significant abnormals on the site. So I can't see any reason why it wouldn't be policy compliant in terms of affordable housing provision. Of course, there's a debate about whether there are first homes, which is something we can tease out with your officers if the site goes forwards. We've got no strong view either way on first homes. What we do like to do is work with your housing enabling team, talk to the local community. There might be a CLT there that we can engage with. But at this stage, I'm not sensing any significant abnormals that would mean we're there with the viability begging bowl that would prevent us doing policy compliance.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moulding. Welcome to the meeting. Come on in.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for the presentation, gentlemen. And I'm pleased you qualified your comments regarding the relief road. It hasn't been deleted from the local plan, and a debate I'm sure will ensue from that in due course. And yes, the A358 is a means of access into the site, but I'm wondering what measures you might take to avoid the very narrow entrance into Axminster from the site through the Musbury Road. Musbury Road A358 is extremely narrow, and certainly will need some improvements for a level of development to take place. And I'm also wondering, as this development would add additional traffic, etc., to the town centre, what measures might you be able to take to improve the situation regarding traffic congestion in the town centre? So my questions relate to highways, the narrowness of Musbury Road, and the additional traffic congestion that we're going to experience in Axminster. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Simon Coles, I'll take that question if I may. I think there's two strands to the answer. The first is that we've really looked at access opportunities and the overall operation of the local highway network. I think if the site were to be considered further, then those sorts of matters would need to be addressed in a lot more detail. And I think we absolutely recognise that that would need to happen. I live personally within a mile and a half of the site, so I know it very well, and I know how the Musbury Road operates. And I do empathise actually with that comment that there are some narrow points where if you've got a bus coming in one direction, quite often the traffic will slow or even stop. So yes, it's a valid point, but I think we'd need to look at that in more detail. I think we'd be confident of being able to come up with a solution. But I think really the overall point about this site, and it comes back to the fact that it is a sustainable site. And what we say by that is that connections that avoid that part of the highway network, we're talking walking and cycling, are pretty strong through existing networks that avoid the Musbury Road. I think measures can be brought in through travel planning and other positive design changes that would actually seek to promote walking and cycling, bus access, and so really manage the effect of new traffic on the highway. So I guess it's a combination really of travel planning and promoting healthy active travel initiatives other than the car, as well as some network and junction design improvements designed to avoid the congestion that you're talking about.
A very, very quick 20-second addition to that, as I appreciate time's moving on, Chair. Please don't confuse what I was saying about abnormals with what you'd normally expect to happen with a site of 300 to 500 dwellings. There will always be a suite of local network improvements that are required, and we scope those out with, as you know, the Highway Authority in the transport assessments, etc.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the presentation. I think we are going to have to cut it there. Members, if you have any further questions, please do send them through to Wendy. I'm sure the gentlemen that are presenting will answer them as they send them through to us. Thank you very much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I now welcome Annette Burrow to the meeting for another site in Axminster, please?
Hello. Hello,
Hi.
everybody. My name's Annette Burrow. Wendy's going to put my presentation on her screen.
Yeah, bear with me. I'll just call it up.
Thank you. Okay, so hello, my name's Annette Burrow. I'm here to represent the partners of FG Burrow & Son, who are the landowners of this potential site that I'm going to present to you today. So Horsley's in Axminster is a potential site for high quality employment and or residential development. It's currently adjacent the trunk road network coming into Axminster. Next slide, please, Wendy. So as you can see from this slide, Horsley's is a field of 7.7 hectares, and it's encased between the London to Exeter railway line, the A358 into Axminster, and the bypass, which is the A35. There's currently access from Abbey Close into this site and 2 points of access off the A358. The farms at Lower Abbey and Higher Abbey Farm have access alongside the railway from their farmsteads into this site currently, and there's also an existing footpath that runs alongside the railway. Next slide, please. So what the existing local plan already shows that this site is has the capacity to accommodate employment and or residential use. There's a stream that does run down through the site itself, but it's one with minimal actual history of flooding that runs east to the railway. And with appropriate landscaping along the banks of the stream, this could provide a buffer, and there is potential for public access and nature conservation. Next slide, please, Wendy. So Horsley's has ideal access off the A358, as this slide shows. Southbound traffic from Axminster passes the entrance to Abbey Close here that's marked in yellow. And then there's a small buffer field in the foreground marked blue. This is not part of Horsley's. The access into the field is beyond this little buffer field. Next slide, please, Wendy. So as you can see here off the slide, marked red and yellow are the two current accesses into the field off the A358. And just to note where the green arrow is, that is the bypass, the A35. So you can see the level of the field rises up to the bypass particularly in the southeast corner of this field. Next slide, please. So looking from the T-junction from the A358 and the A35, this is one of the accesses into Horsley's. It's directly opposite the bypass interchange. So any development on this site and future traffic to this site, if it was developed, would not need to pass through Axminster. It comes straight off the bypass. And there's plenty of space if the existing T-junction, if it needed to be turned into a roundabout, if necessary, at a later date. Thank you, Wendy. Next slide. So from a topography point of view, close to the railway, there is a 25-metre contour. And then the southeast proportion of the site is over 35 metres. Most of the site is well above the level of the stream, which runs from the southeast to the northwest throughout the field. Thank you, Wendy. So this photograph was taken from the edge of Abbey Close, looking south along the existing footpath. And there are, just to note, there are two Second World War pillboxes within the field. The closer one here is marked in yellow, and this is on the 30-metre contour. And just to point out with the blue arrow, this is the stream that runs through the field, which there's some more pictures of that shortly. Next slide, please, Wendy. This photograph was taken from one of the pillboxes looking northwest towards the railway, and the effect of the 5-metre difference in the altitude is very clear, and we would not anticipate any practical difficulties with development on this site. The hedge line there that runs down on the left side of the photograph is the bypass. Next slide, please. So here's a couple of pictures of the stream that runs down through the field, and as you can see, it's a big gully, a deep stream, and it doesn't flood. Next slide, please. So this photograph was taken from Abbey Close, and this is the existing view of the residents that live in Abbey Close. And their view is limited by the bypass as it stands, and there's associated planting of trees along the bypass. So that's their existing view. If this site was considered appropriate for development, a comparable line of tree planting along the stream could hide could largely hide any development of this site. So the view of any residents at Abbey Close would essentially remain the same. Next slide, please. So a couple of constraints on this site that may be needed to be considered. So the site is very close to Newnham Abbey, which is here marked in yellow, which is the other side of the bypass. And when the bypass was built, there were various archaeological finds and the Roman road, which is further up the bypass. So it's likely that further finds may be likely. And also to note, the former Axminster to Lyme Regis railway line skirts along the northeast edge of this site. So that could be considered a constraint to consider. And then the red arrow is pointing out the sewage works, the pumping station, which up until the 1960s, Horsley's farm used to be adjacent to this sewage pumping station. And just to note, because it's not clear on the map, the land either side of the pumping station is in the ownership of FG Borough and Sons. It's about 1.5 acres there in total as well. Next slide, please, Wendy. So currently this site is part of the designated area of outstanding natural beauty, and from the bypass to the stream is where it's allocated. However, this designation is of historic timing. It was there before the bypass was built, so there would be no reason why this section could not be lifted off of this proportion of land. There's currently a footpath number 63 marked in green that runs across the field. And although it lies within the flood zone 2 on this site, it never floods. And also they're marked in yellow are the two pillboxes, which if this field was developed could be left there and designed around this area with sympathetic planting. So they wouldn't need to be disturbed, but it is a potential constraint. Next slide, please. And here's a couple of pictures of those pillboxes. Next slide, please. So if this site was considered for development in the future, it does have other long-term potential development as well. So we believe that in conjunction with other landowners, it would be possible to provide a link road between the A358 into Axminster railway station, which potentially could help with the development of the current Axminster carpet site for better access, erasing a lot of the traffic in through Musbury Road and onto King Edward Road. So that's a potential long-term benefit. And also public access to the land between Abbey Close and the stream could include a new footpath to offer circular walks for local residents within Axminster. Next slide, please. So that's my presentation representing FG Borough and Sons and the partners who live at Lower Abbey and Higher Abbey Farm. Horseleys, we believe, has a potential for high quality employment and or a combination of residential development. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Moulding, come to you first, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Annette, for your presentation, which
you.
I enjoyed, and the land is very familiar to me. And for many years, this land was allocated as employment land because originally it was intended that if and when Axminster Carpets expanded, this land could be used for an expansion of the carpet factory. Of course, as we all know, that didn't happen. So I'm interested to know what proportion of that land you might feel is suitable for industrial use and what might be for residential use. Again, bearing in mind some of the issues you raised, like the stream, because as we all know, with climate change, there are streams that never flooded in the past, but they might flood in the future. And there is still, exactly as per the last presentation that we saw, there's still that issue about travelling down through the narrow Musbury Road to get into Axminster. So those really are my questions, Chairman.
So I guess because it sits alongside the A35, a lot of traffic would be deviated from Axminster because if they were going to that site, currently a lot of the industrial development is on the other side of Axminster. So traffic coming off the A35 or along the Trafalgar Way has to go through Axminster itself. So just that site itself would alleviate a lot of traffic going into Axminster along the Musbury Road, especially if in the future we could do that link road from the A358 to the railway station, would potentially help alleviate traffic on Musbury Road.
Thank you very much. Councillor Skinner, we go to you next, please.
Thank you, Annette. It's a good presentation. Well, very well done. I think my question is twofold. One, could you be clear what sort of how many houses is being purported here? I'm getting the feeling that it was employment or designated for employment land. How many houses? Well, first question: how many dwellings are you looking to put onto the site?
It's probably more suitable for industrial with some houses or maybe even no houses at all. In terms of numbers, I wouldn't know what number to put on it in terms of that space, but primarily I think it's probably more suited for industrial purposes.
So could my question then, please, if you don't mind, So you're putting this forward as industrial land only, employment land only.
Well, either a combination of residential and industrial, or just industrial, whatever the council feels more appropriate. I think it's an ideal site because it's already encased between the railway, the bypass, and the A358. It's, it could be considered as infill. So I think there is potential for it to be both. Just residential or a combination of both, but in terms of actual numbers, I don't know.
Okay, I'll leave it to there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Annette.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bailey, we come to you, please.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question about the flooding. So, or the flood risk, I should say. There were a few references to a stream and a footpath being in flood zone 2. So I just wondered if you could comment just generally about the flood risk on this site, please. I'm not familiar with it. Thank you.
That's okay. So the other side of the railway is the River Axe, and obviously that does flood, but it never comes up to the level of the railway really. And if it did, the railway then kind of acts as a barrier really into that particular field. My father this field has been in my father's possession for many, many years. He's almost 80, and he's never known it to be flooded, the stream or the bottom half of that field, although it is documented on government websites as being in a flood zone 2. I don't know what else to say about that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Faithful, we'll go to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Public transport, going east into Dorset, it's pretty bad. Is there any likely contribution towards that, improving public transport?
I think the contributions we worked out with the landowner and the district council, it wouldn't be specific. I think that's for a further discussion by us, Peter. We'll move on. Councillor Jackson, we go to you, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my concerns really sit around flooding. I'm very well aware that the carpet site just down the way also has a stream that runs through it and does flood. I understand that there has been limited to no flooding in that area from what you've said there, Annette. As it stands, but of course at the moment we've got fields there which would then allow absorption of water, rainwater, to happen slowly before discharge into streams or adjacent river courses. So I think from my perspective, I'd like to understand what impact development would have on that site's ability to move water away from that area, because of course that could substantially change the character and ability of that plot to do that. And I'd want reassurances that it would still be capable of doing that without flooding. Thank you.
I have to put my hand up. I'm not experienced in this line of questioning, and I'm just purely presenting this site. And there's some questions that I don't know the answers to, I'm afraid.
And that's stuff that can come through at a later date, but thank you anyway.
Thank you, sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine. We can't expect everyone to be experts in every single thing.
Yeah.
I just think at that point, we just thank you for your time today and thank you for the presentation. It's really appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Like I said, if any other members have any questions, please send them through to Wendy. Same procedure, we'll try and get those answered, but thank you for your time and have a good rest of the afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Now we move on to Elizabeth Pottage, representing Taylor Wimpey, land east of Honiton. Elizabeth, are you with us?
Yeah, I'll just share my screen on behalf of Elizabeth.
Okay. You have 15 minutes whenever you're ready. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Committee. My name is Bethan Haig, and I'm a planning consultant at Boyer, representing our client, Taylor Wimpey. I'm here with Elizabeth Pottage from Taylor Wimpey and design and landscape consultants, Alex Trott and Patrick Clark from Barton Wilmore. We're here today to discuss Taylor Wimpey's site at Northcote Hill, Honiton, part of which has been identified as a potential housing allocation within the working draft local plan. As you'll be aware, the local plan designates Honiton as a Tier 2 settlement, as the third largest town in East Devon. As a market town, Honiton is well placed to accommodate future housing growth, given the town's wide range of services and facilities and employment opportunities. Honiton benefits from excellent rail and road links as a result of its position on the A30 trunk road and its mainline railway station, with a travel time of 20 minutes to Exeter, as well as connections eastwards as far as London Waterloo. As you will know, Honiton acts as a focus for shopping, employment and services for the surrounding area, and therefore has a high degree of self-sufficiency, helping to keep trips internalised. As a settlement, the future residential expansion of Honiton is constrained to the south by the AONB, to the north by the A30 and AONB, and to the west by planned employment development. We therefore agree with officers that the logical direction for future growth is to the east. Land at Northcote Hill, East Honiton, provides an opportunity to deliver a landscape-led new garden community for Honiton that will ensure that the local plan's vision and objectives can be met. In considering this site for development, we agree that it is necessary to assess its contribution to the local plan objectives. We also understand the need to consider other important points that you have raised when reviewing the working draft local plan through your previous committees. As will be discussed in this presentation, the design principles embedded in our proposals are based on the Council's overall vision, which has been set out in the centre of this slide. The Council's vision includes providing better homes and communities in suitable locations. Our proposed development is centred on a 20-minute neighbourhood concept, promoting local living by offering services and facilities within close proximity for new residents and promoting walking and cycling. This will not only encourage the creation of cohesive communities, but also reduce carbon emissions by encouraging more sustainable modes of transport to and from facilities. As will be discussed in later slides, development on the wider site has the potential of including a neighbourhood hub or community space, which will not only be for new residents of the development, but also for existing residents in Honiton. We recognise the Council's commitment to creating a greener East Devon and to reduce the effects of climate change. As mentioned, Taylor Wimpey are committed to delivering a landscape-led development on this site, which will include biodiversity and habitat creation and the provision of extensive areas of open space. This, again, will be for the benefit of new and existing residents of Honiton. I'm now going to hand over to Patrick, who will be talking through the site's landscape and visual considerations.
Thanks, Bethan, and good afternoon, everyone. From the outset, a detailed and robust understanding of this landscape and the relationship of settlement with it has driven the master planning process so that the proposals respect settlement character and distinctiveness and fit appropriately in the wider AONB context. And here we're presenting a summary of the key considerations. So first of all, we've looked at the setting of Honiton, which is really defined, as we see here, by the deep valley of the River Otter. And the site is shown with a red line on the lower slopes to the southeast of the river. Next, please, Bethan. And over time, a series of strategic movement routes have extended along this valley: the Roman Road, the railway line, the A30. And naturally, the settlement pattern also extends along the valley, about 2 3/4 miles end to end, and rises up the southern valley flanks in a wave-like pattern to approximately 160 metres AOD. Next, please, Bethan. And this settlement pattern then is implicit in the boundary alignments of the Blackdown Hills and East Devon AONBs. And the urban area of Honiton forms a well-established part of the AONB setting in this area. The boundaries extend around the settlement along the southern valley flanks, although in some places development has extended up to and even into the East Devon AONB. The site itself is located close to the town centre, about 3/4 of a mile from the church, in an area that is not within an AONB, and only the eastern tip of the site extends as far as the AONB boundary. Next, please, Bethan. So how has the layout been shaped to the landscape? And this is a drawing that was submitted with detailed evidence last year. But the key points are that there's a ridgeline spur which extends north through the centre of the site, as Bethan's showing there. And this spur of landform provides a natural edge between land to the northwest, associated with the settlement along the lower slopes, well below 160 metres AOD, and retained open land to the east in the bowl formed by a stream corridor. And this bowl has potential to form a large publicly accessible nature space, providing a rewilded landscape rich in all the social and environmental benefits that arise from that, including, of course, biodiversity. And the containment of the edge by the local ridgeline is proposed to be reinforced with large blocks and belts of structural planting, extending the existing flow of vegetation as shown by the pale green arrows there. And we'll see this in more detail shortly. So next, please, Bethan. We've then thought about, well, how might this appear in the context? And in landscape and visual terms, it's a natural extension of settlement in the landscape setting. So in this key sensitive view from Dumpton Hill in the Blackdown Hills AONB, looking across the valley, the existing settlement pattern can be seen rising up the lower slopes. The white line there. Next, please, Bethan. And the pattern reaches up to the AONB boundary along the majority of its length. Next, please, Bethan. So that dashed line shows the proposed extent of built development. And in the preferred draft allocation, we can see it extending to the north along the railway line, where Bethan has indicated. The development extent proposed to the south of the railway line extends no further along the valley and fits harmoniously with the well-established wave pattern of settlement on the lower slopes, albeit at notably lower elevations than other developments in Honiton and further separated from the AONB boundary than is existing settlement. Next, please, Bethan. And of course, development to the north of the railway line unlocks that large area of open space in the eastern part of the site, which provides a very substantial landscape interface with the AONB, rather than a built edge to the AONB, as there is elsewhere in Honiton. And I'll hand you back to Bethan and Alex to explain how the master plan has responded to these principles.
Thank you, Patrick. So our vision for land at Northcote Hill, East Honiton, is to create a sustainable, healthy and thriving new neighbourhood for Honiton that is well integrated with its setting and surroundings, has excellent local connections and provides a range of usable green spaces for the enjoyment of the whole community. Land north of the railway line is identified as a preferred location for development in the working draft local plan and can accommodate 100 new dwellings, as identified by the plan. Whilst we fully support this allocation, Taylor Wimpey also control land south of the railway line, and to this end have promoted a wider site for development on the basis that Patrick has just explained. The delivery of the wider site will generate a number of additional benefits for local people, including extensive and varied areas of public open space and an opportunity for a neighbourhood hub or community space. I will now hand you over to Alex, who will talk through the proposals in greater detail.
Thanks, Bethan. So one of the other main benefits of the site is its relationship and proximity with the town. Well, the town centre, primary and secondary schools, the railway station, healthcare provision all sit comfortably within a 1.5 to 2 kilometre distance. Journey times to the town centre for pedestrians are approximately 15 minutes, whilst for cycling it's only 5 minutes. So development in this location would reduce the reliance of private cars for localised trips. You go on to the next slide, please, Bethan. Thank you. So here we look at what this might mean for a master plan proposal, which has been developed in response to a range of technical and environmental studies, and as Patrick has already outlined, through a thorough understanding of how the settlement sits in the landscape and visual context. The result is a scheme for approximately, well, up to 400 new homes, people of all ages, abilities and means, including affordable homes. It will be a place that sits comfortably in its surroundings with a focus on residential placemaking and the creation of a high quality and usable open spaces that benefit both people and wildlife. Key features include new homes located north and south of the railway line, but on the western extent of the Ridgeline Spur, where it has a clear relationship with the town. Also a substantive area of open space to the east, which will be publicly accessible via new footpaths and cycle routes, include opportunities for children's play, orchards and allotments, tree planting, habitat creation and sustainable drainage. There will also be potential for the new community neighbourhood hub, be that a building, some form of space or flexible kind of layout, and also sustainable and climate resilient features, which Elizabeth will cover off shortly. In total, the site would deliver 60% open space, which equates to 17 hectares of land. Next slide, please. We've produced this artist's illustration of the emerging proposals to show you what that would look like. In this view, which is taken from the east, looking back towards the existing town of Honiton, you can firstly see the triangular area of the preferred allocation on the right-hand side of the railway line, next to the existing area of Park Homes, which is further right again. Beyond this triangle and closer to the existing town on the other side of the railway line, you can see the additional land that we're proposing for development. Further left again is the area of substantive open space that we're proposing as an accessible natural green space resource for the new residents and also those residents of Honiton. Being of the scale that we're talking about, it will be a real benefit and attraction to the existing people in the town. The image clearly shows the relationship the site has with the existing settlement and the direct connections it has to the town centre along Monkton Road and the High Street. How sensitive the approach would be to creating an attractive development edge with properties looking out over the open spaces, and how vast areas of structural tree planting along the existing ridgeline spur, which Patrick's already identified, would help create and extend the landscape pattern that exists and create a considered transition between our development and the OMBs in the surrounding area. I'll now hand it back over to Beth.
Thank you, Alex. So we've been promoting this site for a number of years. As set out on the following two slides, the site is suitable for accommodating a comprehensive and master planned development. Our proposed development is landscape-led to respect its edge of settlement location, offers opportunities for ecological enhancement, and is acceptable in respect of all technical considerations. Both land north and south of the railway line is supported by a full suite of technical information. We are confident that this site is deliverable and any perceived impacts can be suitably mitigated.
Thanks, Bethan. Taylor Wimpey is committed to achieving sustainable development and reducing carbon emissions. We have produced an environment strategy, setting out our commitments with the aim of achieving carbon neutrality, resource use, waste reduction, and protecting and increasing biodiversity.
1 minute left.
In the construction of our homes, we seek to purchase 100% renewable energy for sites, locally sourced materials, and use sustainable construction materials, including timber frames, which have a lower carbon footprint than traditional brick and block, mineral wool insulation made from recycled bottles, recycled UPVC in our windows, and recycled chipboards for our flooring. We're continuing to research further sustainable building materials and techniques. We introduced in 2021 our revised house types, which include wastewater recovery, flue gas heat recovery, PV solar panels, car charging points, and from 2025, we will achieve future home standards. The government's working on decarbonising the national grid, and this will then allow us to provide zero carbon homes. We provide a range of nature benefits on all our developments, including biodiversity net gain, habitat creation, nature and education trails, and community initiatives such as allotments and orchards. Our research and development teams are currently trialling a range of energy efficient and low carbon technologies to feed into our house designs, as well as sustainable methods of construction to achieve carbon reduction and make a key contribution to reducing climate change whilst providing well-built and designed developments. That concludes our presentation, and we now invite questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Councillor Arnott, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Taylor Wimpey, for that presentation. Two questions prefaced by just a word of advice, I suppose, really. It's always very exciting for us to hear about potential for beekeeping. Orchards, we've had that already today. I think we're going to be overrun with cider in 20 years' time. Tree planting and all the various eco benefits. But the two questions I've got to ask you are rather tougher than that, I'm afraid. Since you seek to persuade us with these things, I have to ask you straightforward questions. Will you undertake, as part of this planning process, not to put onerous leasehold conditions on these homes, such as being condemned by the Competition and Market Authority recently, very recently, which has caused residents, huge anxiety around the doubling of ground rents within just a few years. And that, I think, will be important for us as a council, in my personal view, because if we're going to be working closely with you, we need to understand that you have changed the way you operate. And the second and related question is, will you go above and beyond to assure us and any future residents that you will improve the outcomes regarding snagging and finishing, which has been, obviously, for Taylor Wimpey, a national problem, and has indeed been a problem locally as well. Now, I'm sure you'll say you've all moved on, and this isn't your department, and we're talking about planning today, and I appreciate that. But my advice to you, given cheerfully, would be that you need to go the extra mile on this. You are the big boys, the big people, I should say. You carry a lot of weight. Your record has been a little bit sullied on those particular issues to do with leaseholds and to do with actually finishing the properties.
I'm not sorry to let in. We've only got a minute, 2 minutes left. So
those are the questions. Those are the questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. No, two very important points. And yes, we can commit to not providing onerous leasehold conditions. We certainly learned from that mistake. We're seeking to put those right on existing sites, and we won't be doing that going forward. And on the point of snagging, again, yes, we're always learning lessons on that. We've introduced a number of internal procedures to improve the snagging process, feedback from residents as well, and making sure that we keep the site manager on site until all those issues are resolved as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blake, come to you. You haven't spoken at the meeting yet.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of quick questions. There's quite a reasonable amount of green space within your proposal. How do you see that space being managed, and how will it be funded, please?
So in terms of management, we're quite open to discussions with the council. Our preference is always for the council or the town councils to take on that management. Obviously, we would provide payment contributions towards that for a suitable period of time. If that was not the way that the council wanted us to do it, or there wasn't particular interest, or the town council felt that they didn't have enough resources to manage it, then we would put it into a management company where the residents would pay towards maintaining it in perpetuity.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to use the Chair's discretion, still one of the questions here. One of the policy intents that we've put forward as a committee already through strategic planning is that we create 20-minute neighbourhoods. Now, a part of that is the facilities are available within 800 metres of the site. What facilities do you envisage to be available within the site? Because I think from looking at it, it will be slightly outside of all of the other available amenities in the Honiton area currently?
So we have on our master plan designed in what we're calling a neighbourhood hub at the moment. We haven't defined what exactly that will be, but that can provide a space which could be for a local convenience store or potentially for healthcare or some other form of retail to support residents. Obviously, they're all private businesses, so it depends on the demand for that and obviously the number of units on the site. But there certainly is enough room on the site to provide on-site facilities. Obviously, we'll also be encouraging people to go into the town centre to use that as well, and using sustainable modes of transport, including increasing bus links, bus stops onto our sites. We have such initiatives as providing pooled bicycles for people to use. So there could be a hub on the site there. Again, a car sharing hub as well. And walking and cycling routes into the town centre as well.
Fantastic, thank you. With the other remaining members, could you please send your questions through to Wendy? Just a general point for me, thank you very much for your presentation, it's really appreciated. And we'll have to move on to the next presenters. So
thanks very much
for your time, appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
So we now move on to Daniel Rogers, please, from the Coombe Estates.
Hi there, Chair. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. I should be joined as well by Mr. Justin Lascelles from the Coombe Estate.
Hello, yes, I'm also online. Hello, everybody.
Lovely, thank you. Wendy, are you able to bring the presentation up, please?
Yes, I am. Just bear with me. I'll share my screen.
Thank you. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you. Shall I start?
Please do.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Good afternoon, members, and thank you very much for your time today. And thank you for the opportunity to have this slot to speak to you. I appreciate it. It was, yeah, slots are in high demand. I'm obviously presenting today on behalf of my client, who is the Coombe Estate. They are the sole owner of the site, which within the site assessment work that has been undertaken has been titled Land to the South of the Town and West of St Michael's Church, Honiton. The site in the study is referenced as Honey 07, and we'll refer to it as that from here on in. And my client is promoting the site for housing, and essentially the site is available for development now or whenever the local authority should wish it to be so. So you've got the first slide there. We've just set out the site in the context of the other sites being considered. You'll obviously that Honey 7 is located to the south of the town. It's in a central position relative to the settlements. And whilst being currently outside, obviously, of the built form of the town, it is centrally located into the south of Weatherall Road. Next slide, please, Wendy. On the second slide, we provide a copy, obviously, of the extract from the working draft local plan. You can see that this site is graded 4, which for Honiton is a good score at the moment. It's obviously one of the preferred allocations, which are at this stage, which our client is very supportive of. I think the reason for putting this slide up is just to illustrate the residential context that immediately adjoins the site to the north. We appreciate, obviously, we are currently in the open countryside, but there is a very strong residential context immediately adjacent to the site. And also the draft local plan currently indicates that the site could accommodate approximately 30 dwellings. Preliminary studies that have been undertaken, whilst we don't have a layout to show you, that would indicate that that is a density that would be appropriate for this site, which is just over a hectare in size. And ultimately, we'd suggest that Honey 07 is suitable for a scheme of such a scale, providing a medium density, high quality housing scheme that could be commensurate with this edge of town location. Next slide, please, Wendy. So, yeah, slide 3 there. This is basically, obviously, just to give you some location and context. Clearly, you can see the site isn't in an isolated location. There are a number of existing housing estates immediately to the north, and obviously St Michael's Church and its associated grounds to the east. The site is also within walking distance of the train station and the high street, which we'll come on to shortly. And also you can see from the photo there, the site is well screened in terms of mature planting, and the land, obviously, as the photo suggests, is in agricultural use, currently used for grazing purposes. We feel, and our client feels, there's a real opportunity here to make effective use of the site in what is a highly sustainable location. The aerial photo shows, obviously, there's existing banks and hedging on the site, which provide a strong screening around the site, and residential development could be contained within this boundary feature, with open space incorporated into the scheme as well. We just wanted to cover off quickly some of the technical matters and some of the very initial kind of preliminary work that's been undertaken. Ultimately, there are no known technical constraints to developing this site, and no reason that it couldn't come forward. We fully acknowledge and appreciate the site is subject to an AONB designation, but there are no flood risk constraints or anything like that associated with the land. In terms of highways and access, there is an existing field access to the land via Weatherall Road. This is in the northern corner of the field. This could be adapted with a new access formed into Weatherall Road with good visibility available towards the mini roundabout that is denoted by that kind of yellow blob on the road, which is the mini roundabout at the top of Churchill, and good visibility west down Weatherall Road. We envisage that the access would just be a simple T-junction into the site. In terms of accessibility itself, the site is really well related to local facilities. It's approximately 390 metres north to the train station. Again, if you go from the mini roundabout north up Churchill, it's 390 metres to the train station, and similar distances to the hospital and the GP surgery. The site is also less on that road, less than 800 metres to the high street and all of the services and facilities provided there. So ultimately, despite being located on the edge of the built settlement, actually geographically, it is excellently located to allow occupiers to walk to everyday services and facilities. The site is also in a short walking distance of bus stops, which are literally outside the site on Weatherall Road rather. Obviously those bus stops provide access to the internal town service, but also the number 4 and the number 20 services to Exeter and Taunton respectively, with the number 4 service being twice hourly. Obviously noting that East Devon is a relatively rural district, is a rural district, opportunities to access developments by walking, cycling and public transport should be maximised and where possible, and I think this location would definitely present such an opportunity. In terms of topography, the site does have a slope. It rises from the road up towards the south. However, as is detailed in the high-level officer assessment, despite being located with the AONB, the land is well contained and screened in terms of planting. The boundary on the Weatherall frontage is particularly well screened, and further structural planting could be incorporated as part of a detailed scheme to help the land embed into its surroundings if needed. Flood risk, all of the site lies within flood zone 1. It's the lowest risk of flood risk, and there is no constraint to development in this regard. And obviously you'll note from the photograph that any trees are located around the edge of the site, and in that regard any valued specimens, again, which contribute to landscape setting, can be fully retained with appropriate root protection areas drawn up to allow a development to sit on site. We also obviously want to acknowledge the heritage issues with this site. The presence of the listed St Michael's Church and its associated grounds to the east of the site are fully noted and respected. As previously mentioned, there is substantial planting around the perimeter of the site, and I think particularly on that eastern boundary there is limited intervisibility between the church and the land in question. So we wanted to raise this just to give members assurances that we've worked on similar sites recently where allocations have been cited next to heritage assets. One project is in Sanford with Mid Devon District Council. Those of you who know Sanford will know it has a very historic core, and the allocation there is right next to a listed building and also has views of a church from it. And ultimately those issues have been addressed as part of the allocation policy, and I think the same could certainly be done here with layout and planting. So we don't see the heritage issues being a constraint to development. Taking all of the above into account, we hope members will feel able to support HONI 07's inclusion as an allocation for housing development in the local plan. Paragraph 69 of the NPPF is clear that small and medium-sized sites will make an important contribution to housing requirements of an area. It will help diversify the house builder offer, and also allow sites to be built out relatively quickly. The LPA have a requirement through their own development plan, obviously, to accommodate at least 10% of their housing requirements on small or medium sites. And we feel this could make a meaningful contribution to the district's housing land supply and provide an accessible development close to the town's amenities and services. I'd now just like to pass you on briefly to my client, Mr. Justin Lascelles, who would just like to say a few words on behalf of the landowners, the Coombe Estate.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak. Can you hear me?
Can indeed.
Yes.
Yeah, excellent. Okay. I just wanted to speak briefly on Coombe Estate and its role in the community as a large landowner and stakeholder, and just explain that where we benefit from receipt of capital monies through the sale of development land, we are committed to reinvesting that money in the local area, which we have done recently with the proceeds of the sale of the land at west of Hayne Lane, where we have reinvested that money into the construction of the Coombe Garden Centre, the Coombe Farm Shop, and other projects in and around the area. So it was just an opportunity to explain that to the committee, and also state that we as stakeholders and landowners take our responsibility within the landscape particularly seriously, and we consider greatly the impact of any development whatsoever, whether that be a new build or the repurposing of any buildings, on the wider landscape, and also in particular our own land holding. And if any of the members of the committee have any questions for us, we'd be delighted to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Skinner, over to you.
Thank you. Could I, and thanks for that presentation. Yeah, it's very good. Could I just ask a question? And that is, obviously I can see the site is an extension in lots of parts, but what sort of numbers were you envisaging on putting on this site, please?
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. I think in terms of the council's own assessment, it suggests 30 dwellings as being appropriate, and I think that is looking at the size of the site, which is just over a hectare in size, a density of 30 dwellings per hectare in that location would be the current ambition. Obviously, that would need to be worked up and designed in more detail. There may be scope for slightly more, slightly less, but that would be the current ambition at this stage.
So how many hectares is it, please?
Just over 1 hectare. 1.2 hectares.
So you're looking at something that around the region of about 40 unit dwellings?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I promise I will be really brief. Just to welcome the statement that Mr. Lascelles has made on behalf of Coombe Estate. Clearly, that's the kind of thing we would like to hear. Since he's mentioned it, I suppose I have to be cheeky enough to ask, is the intention to take all of the profits of this and put it all into local good causes and philanthropic development of the area? Or is there going to be an element of private profit? Forgive me for asking that, but you did rather tee the question up. Thank you.
That's very relevant, Councillor Arnott. And obviously, Coombe Estate is a business, and we run it as such. And it is we have certain overriding objectives, which are to ensure that we hand the estate over in a better condition than it is when it's been taken over by the current incumbent. But also, it is to reinvest in the local area, in the local economy. And we can only really do that if we are profitable. So first of all, we must take care of the needs of the family. but that is predicated on proper stewardship of the estate to ensure that everything is well maintained. Our let farms are invested in to ensure that they are relevant for the future, that our let residential stock is of high quality and affords a good place for people to live, and our businesses afford a good place for people to work locally. But we have demonstrated that we have a track record of being philanthropic, if you like. More recently, from the sale of the land at Hayne Lane, we provide free storage for the Honiston Chamber of Commerce street Christmas decorations. We provide free storage facility for the Honiston Community Theatre. We have let some land on pretty soft terms to the Honiston Town Council for the provision of allotments recently, and we can only really do that if we remain profitable. So we have to have a view to profit, but the surplus certainly is then reinvested into the estate and its wider environs. And that might be through business development, through reinvestment in our existing stock, or the acquisition of new businesses and let commercial property.
Okay, no further questions? Okay, what I'd like to do is take a short break then. If we could come back at 3:05. And then we'll take the second presentation from
Okay, members, if you could just make sure you're muted, please, because the live stream will be running. Thank you.
So thank you for that. Thank you for waiting. We go back to Mr. Rogers and Mr. Lascelles for the second presentation, please.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we now move on to our client sites to the west of Honiton. Land, which again is obviously being promoted by the Coombe Estate, which within the assessment study is referred to as Gitty 01 and Gitty 05. We should add that the Gitty 01 site has been drawn up obviously by the planning policy team at the council, and as part of that they have included the current employment allocation for Honiton, which is set out in your current local plan, and that parcel of land, we just wanted to be clear, comprises both Coombe Estate land and also a small parcel of land that's in the control of the local authority. Looking at the first slide there, obviously we can see that the land is located at the western end of the settlement, Gitty 01 and Gitty 05, and also it has attained a score of 3 in the assessment ratings. Concerns regarding the site largely are based around the locational sustainability of the site and also potential impact that the development might have on the AONB and surrounding landscape. However, the land is located immediately adjacent to existing developments and the settlement of Honiton. We'd also ask members and officers to note that the total amount of land put forward to the LPA's core sites exercise was seen as the maximum parcel of land that the estate could make available. However, clearly our client would accept a smaller parcel of land or a combined mix of Gitty 01 and Gitty 05 being taken forward if this was felt preferable by the LPA. Next slide, please, Wendy. We'd just like to provide a bit of further context for the Gitty 01 site. Members will be aware that part of the Gitty 01 land, basically the railway line that bisects the site there, that land to the north is an employment allocation in the current local plan. It's allocated for employment use, and the estates who share this allocation with the local authority remain fully committed and are committed to seeing this allocation delivered for employment use. It's in the current local plan, and ultimately the development of this part of the site north of the railway line has essentially been accepted in principle by that allocation. Furthermore, a significant part of Gitty 01, whilst it's not clear from that map, but it is already being built out at the moment. So a large part of the site, if you take the kind of centre line down that southern portion of land on the Gitty 01 land to the east of that is currently being built out for 291 houses by Baker Estates. Therefore, the main available parcel of land in reality for Gitty 01 ultimately is the southwest corner, the southwest parcel, which would essentially provide a kind of rounding off to the settlements with the employment allocation to the north and the existing housing development to the east. Next slide, please, Wendy. Gitty 05 also, this has been drawn up by the policy team, but it essentially includes the land to the west is also included in Gitty 01. So that parcel of land to the south of the employment allocation, but to the west of the housing estate is both in Gitty 05 and Gitty 01. And then also obviously Gitty 05 includes land to the south of the Hayne Farm buildings, which you can just see on the plan there, and that parcel of land which is due south of the farm. Again, all of this is put forward for a housing-led mixed-use development with a focus on delivering housing if required. We'd also ask members to note that the estate has further land within its control that could be used for other potential benefits. Obviously, there's no intention to promote any further land for development than that's shown, but for example, they would be able to deliver their own biodiversity net gain on site, which will become obviously a legislative requirement in due course and no doubt be a key part of the LPA's new local plan. One further key message which we wish to get across, but obviously Mr. Lascelles relayed earlier, is obviously the estate has a track record of delivery. In many respects, further allocations in this location over and above those previously permitted, in pure delivery terms, would seem to be a sensible choice. For example, many of the utilities required for housing development are largely in place due to the current housing development that is being built out on the adjacent site. Next slide, please, Wendy. We just wanted to run quickly through some of the topography and features of the area. Clearly, the land put forward comprises a very large parcel of land, and we don't have time to run through every viewpoint here, however, so we wanted to give 3 images that give a flavour of the character of the area. The first image in the top left corner shows the barns at Hayne Farm, which immediately borders the Gitty 01 and Gitty 05 land. This building is currently part of the estate and home to the Coombe Farm Shop, one of the smaller state-run business enterprises, which, for example, along with the garden centre on Hayne Lane, provide day-to-day facilities and services for residents in the immediate locality. You can also just see adjacent to that on the rooftops of the Baker Estates housing scheme, which is now becoming characteristic of the area. The second image in the top right corner has just been taken from a Google Earth image, Street View image, which is a view from the road which runs parallel to the A30, looking directly back at the Gitty 1 allocation. And actually, this is a view looking just past the farm shop, looking at the employment allocation. And really, we include this just because it's a fairly typical, image of the landscape there. There are undulations. It's not a perfectly flat location, but ultimately, through the existing allocation, development has been acknowledged and permitted. The third image, the image at the bottom, is the 2020 Google Earth image showing a residential development of 291 houses coming out of the ground by Baker Estates. And we raised this point as we would just like to focus on this earlier permission for a moment. Obviously, this scheme, which is part of the Gitty 1 land, was approved under outline application 13/2744/MOUT. I suppose we respectfully ask that officers perhaps revisit their conclusion on Gitty 1 and Gitty 5, given the content and conclusions of that committee report that approved the 291 houses on the Gitty land. This is incredibly important because in terms of access to services and sustainability, the committee report for that scheme specifically stated the site lies outside the existing built-up area boundary, 1.2 miles from the town centre of Honiton, approximately 745 metres from the nearest supermarket, and 123 metres from the nearest employment area, 200 metres from the nearest bus stop, 1 mile to the nearest primary school, and 1.3 miles to the nearest secondary school. Therefore, it can be reasonably concluded that the site lies in a sustainable location, close to essential services and infrastructure, and sole reliance on the private motor vehicle would not be required for occupants of the development to access these services. So that was the abstract taken from that officer report at that time, and we would fully endorse those findings. But ultimately, we believe the same can be said for this land, which, whilst ultimately it does extend the town in a more westerly direction, fundamentally, we feel it does have the same accessibility credentials. Whilst we acknowledge the site is over a mile from the high street, the current score given to the site doesn't seem to reflect the proximity of the site to the retail, particularly food retail and employment opportunities that exist locally, all the public transport links that are well established and the bus services, etc., that are all well established at this end of the town for everyday services and needs. Next slide, please, Wendy. Very quickly, just want to show you the designations that currently affect the area. So the purple land there is part of Gitty 1. That is your current employment allocation. Then immediately south of that, on what we would term white land, which ultimately doesn't have a designation on it, you can see the farm buildings. As you move west out of there, that is where the 291 dwellings are being constructed by Baker Estates. And then ultimately beyond that, to the west of that, black line effectively and slightly more, there's obviously an area that isn't constrained. It's outside of the flood zone. It's not in the AONB, which is denoted by the dotted allocation, and it sits tight up against the employment allocation to the north. So it just feels like there is a common sense kind of rounding off location there for additional development. And ultimately, yes, the estate have put further land forward to the south of that as well, should it be required. Next slide, please, Wendy. Thank you. So just wanted to, again, perhaps we should have put this slide earlier in the presentation, but this is just showing the site in context. Obviously, you see the railway line. To the north of that railway line, you can see the Coombe Garden Centre denoted, and essentially the land south and west of that is the Coombe Estates land in the employment allocation. As I understand it, the land to the east is obviously the employment allocation that is in the local authorities' control. Then moving south of the railway line, you can fully see obviously the extent of the scheme that is being built out within the Gitty 1 land. And then obviously you have the adjacent land to the west and to the south that we would also, our client would be very happy to make available for development. Next slide, please, Wendy. And then just reiterating the wider accessibility point, but bearing in mind we obviously are 1.2 miles from the very centre of town. We just again wanted to really reiterate the accessibility and the opportunities that exist. You know, the western part of the town provides a huge amount of facilities and opportunities for the town. There's significant employers, probably most notably the council, and other industrial-based businesses, you know, all within the Heath Park industrial estate. This offer will also be expanded through the allocation that already exists on the Gitio 1 site. So there is a real focus on employment in this area. And ultimately, with those that allegation exists and the employment there is there, we feel there's a real opportunity to create a synergy between housing delivery, but also employment generation. Just wanted to reiterate as well the presence of food retail. You can see there, obviously, there's Tesco is marked on the slide, and also Lidl. Aldi isn't shown, but ultimately, all of these supermarkets and other retail offers are within a relatively short distance of the site, as well as the other leisure and alternative retail uses available. Next slide, please, Wendy. I won't get this in huge detail, but basically I just wanted to reassure members that we have looked at the accessibility point in a lot of detail. So in preparing our call for site submission in March 2021, AWP, who are transport consultants based in Exeter, produced a note to demonstrate that the site could be accessed safely and that the development was in an accessible location. The slide you've got there is a screenshot from the report, which will be updated as part of further local plan submissions further down the line. And whilst we don't want to go through every service available, the point is the site is well located to access a range of public transport options, with bus services available within a walk of the site, and also rail services within either, well, our consultant has calculated a 40-minute walk or a 12-minute cycle ride, being approximately 3 Ks from the site. Next slide, please, Wendy. We also, as part of our submission to the council, produced this accessibility plan, just to try and demonstrate the facilities that are on offer at this end of the town. The concentric kind of circles you can see on that plan are set out in 400-metre distances. So coming back on the point that Councillor Ledger was making earlier that I heard about walkable neighbourhoods and accessible neighbourhoods, that second line out is the 800-metre line, if you like, or boundary from the site. And okay, admittedly, we don't get right into the centre of the town, but obviously within those 800 metres, there's existing employment. There's a lot of employment. You know, the bulk of the town's industrial employment. There's access to food retail, access to bus services and transport. So, you know, we think in terms of creating a walkable neighbourhood as defined by Manual for Streets, there is a real possibility for further development here to add to the existing offer that is in place. Next slide, please, Wendy. Thank you. This is the last slide, actually. So, I mean, we appreciate this is very, very high level, but yeah, it's a high level work that is shown on here, and obviously it will be worked up in more detail as we progress, but we just wanted to get the message across and just to show that we have thought about how we might deliver an integrated mixed use allocation. So looking north of the railway line, the land in white, effectively, that's the local authority land that's part of the employment allocation. The land west of that, north of the railway line in red, is the Coombe Estate land, again, all forming part of the employment allocation. The land to the south in purple is the Baker Estates development. And then obviously the remaining land is that proposed for allocation. Ultimately, what we've tried to show there is safe pedestrian and enhancements and access and vehicle access can be secured to wider parcels to really kind of make this an integrated allocation. So such improvements could include footway improvements to Hayne Lane. Also, there is the ability to provide a new active travel link into the Baker Estates Hayne Lane development and onto the connection through to Oldham Close. And also the arrows going across the railway line, there's potential for a number of connections through underpasses that the estate own, subject to obviously getting necessary consents and approvals from Network Rail, underpasses that could potentially link any future housing developments to the existing employment allocation, meaning people could kind of potentially easily access jobs. In terms of vehicle access, ultimately that could be taken south of Hayne Lane Farm, off Hayne Lane, and also through a strip of land that has been safeguarded as part of the Baker Estates development, who have a legal obligation to facilitate further access to allow for site expansion. Taking all the above into account, we hope members will support both or some of GITIO 105's inclusion as an allocation in the local plan, particularly given the level of development already established around GITIO 1 and through the employment allocation that's established. Our client is committed to seeing their employment allocation come forward, and joint work with the local authorities ongoing in this regard. However, we would suggest that the allocation of additional land to the south of the railway line will provide housing development in an accessible location with the opportunity to create synergy between housing and employment uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really comprehensive presentation. Really appreciate it. Does any member have any questions they wish to ask? We've been stunned into silence. Councillor Skinner, we go to you, please.
Somebody could ask something. Really interesting, actually, and yeah, it's I get a lot of that and sites. Could you what I've asked for other sites is the sort of housing numbers. Have you got any housing numbers for these that you could put together? And I'm trying to keep a profile of all the housing numbers so we know where we're at with housing numbers, really.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor. So, I mean, ultimately, in terms of the preliminary work we've done on access, for example, but appreciate that obviously there's further studies that need to be fed in. But I mean, with the access arrangements that could be delivered through the existing housing developments and additionally through Hayne Lane, our highway consultant has said there's been an upper kind of limit, upper capacity of 300 dwellings potentially. But equally, you know, if a smaller parcel or another parcel was deemed required or necessary to come forward, it could be, you know, less than that effectively. So yeah, I would say you could have an upper limit of 300, but I would caveat that we'd need to yeah, obviously undertake further studies, but yes, that would be the upper mark or less if that is considered desirable.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from anyone? Last chance. No. Okay. Dan and Justin, thank you very much for your time today. Really appreciate it, and thank you for the presentations. If there are any further questions, I'm sure Wendy will send them through. But yeah, thank you for your time.
Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks a lot.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. The last speaker for today and last presenter is Peter Skinner of the Coleridge Estate, land in Ottery St Mary.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. You have 15 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Peter Skinner, and I'm speaking on behalf of the trustees of the Coleridge Family Settlement, who own all the land in this presentation. I'm a trustee and the trust's land agent, having managed the land and property for the last 15 or so years. I am not a planning surveyor or consultant, so please forgive me if any of the presentation, if my presentation is based more on a common sense approach than focusing on detailed planning technicalities. Turning to the land in question, do councillors have a copy of the Ottery St Mary plan in front of them? Yeah?
Yeah, we do indeed, most of us.
Yeah. Page 106 of the draft. Whilst I've been asked to make representations for what is annotated as GH/ED 35 and 34, the trust also owns Ottery_14 and Ottery_12 immediately to the west. These four parcels form a continuous block adjoining and around the northeastern fringe of Ottery St Mary, extending in total to approximately 37 hectares or 92 acres. If I may, I would like to initially discuss all four blocks as a whole, because a sensitive and mixed use development of all four blocks combined could offer a range of genuine benefits to the residents of Ottery St Mary, far in excess of simply providing additional housing. For example, the four sites offer a connection between North Street at the football club entrance to the northwest and Chineway Road to the southeast. This connection provides the opportunity to engineer in a relief road to link North Street and Chineway Road that would significantly reduce congestion within the town centre. With a little imagination, the relief road would provide alternative access to a significant proportion of housing on the eastern side of Ottery St Mary, which presently has to flow through the town centre. In addition to easing congestion in the town centre, additional parking could easily be provided, and these two factors combined would be a catalyst for pedestrianisation of the town centre, which I think all would agree would be utterly transformational for the residents of Ottery St Mary. As I'm sure members of the committee know and councillors know, congestion and a lack of parking have been major issues in Ottery for decades. The scheme could also allow for the relocation of the football club within this 92-acre block, which could be converted into a modern multi-use sports facility for community use. If I now turn away from looking at the 4 blocks as a whole and look at GH-ED35 in particular, this is a site extending to 7.63 hectares or 18.85 acres, being 7 fields of bare grassland with no buildings. It is located on the northeastern boundary of Ottery St Mary, and adjoining its western edge is the recent Red Row or Butts Road development. There is good access to this block of land via Butts Road through the new development, with the road called Fairfax Way terminating right at our boundary. In addition, there is good access along the southern boundary via the road known as Higher Ridgeway. Please note, the report to the Strategic Planning Committee on 14th of December last year stating that the access to the site cannot be upgraded is, I'm afraid, an error. There is good access, as I have just noted. This land has a gently sloping northerly aspect, sloping down to a small stream which flows along the northern boundary. There are no national designations, such as an area of outstanding natural beauty, site of special scientific interest, and no listed buildings. As stated, the land adjoins the Red Row or Butts Road development, which has only recently been built out. The two sites, i.e. the Red Row site in its original agricultural state and this land, number 35, are identical. And given they adjoin each other, it is reasonable to say that if one were suitable for residential development, then clearly the other, number 35, must also be suitable for development. It is, if you like, a natural point of growth for the town. The site has the potential to provide 109 houses, according to the report to the Strategic Planning Committee on 14th of December, which equates to only 6 houses per acre. The reason for the low density is partly because the northern fringe adjacent to the stream is in an area defined as being at a higher risk of flooding from rivers, with the annual possibility of such flooding being greater than 3.3%, otherwise known as flood zone 3. This land, all this land, falls within one ownership and is therefore deliverable in a short time frame as a development project, were the council to designate it as such. If I may, I'll now turn to GH-ED34 to the south. This site adjoins the southern boundary of the previous site, number 35, with the hardened track known as Higher Ridgeway forming its northern boundary. It extends to 16.25 hectares or 40 acres and comprises 6 fields of bare grass with no buildings. It has a gently sloping southerly aspect. As noted, there is good access along the northern boundary via Higher Ridgeway, but it also adjoins and slopes down to the road known as Chineway on its southern boundary. The report to the Strategic Planning Committee on 14th of December stated that only the northeastern section of this land directly adjoins existing development. This is not correct. Along the entire southwestern boundary, as you can see, the land adjoins the residential area known as the Coleridge Road. This land has no national designations such as AONBs, SSSIs, or listed buildings. The whole site is defined as being at a very low risk of flooding from rivers, with a chance of flooding each year being less than 0.1%. As with the previous site, this site also adjoins a relatively modern development on its southwestern boundary, as I noted earlier, and therefore may be considered a natural point of growth for the expansion of Ottery St Mary. As a site of 40 acres, in theory, if one approached it with an average housing density of 15 houses, it could accommodate up to 600 houses, although the report to the committee referred to earlier allocates 241. Again, as with the other site, this site is contained within one ownership and is immediately deliverable were the council to designate it. Together, sites 35 and this one 34 could provide 350 dwellings, according to the report to the committee referred to earlier. If I now conclude, I would refer back to my original comments that when taken as a whole, these 4 plots of land, Ottery 12, Ottery 14, 35, and 34, have the potential to provide a mixed use development on the northeastern fringe of Ottery St Mary that would not only help the council meet its housing needs, but also provide desperately needed extra car parking facilities for the town, a relief road which would significantly reduce traffic through the centre of Ottery St Mary. This itself would lead to the possibility of pedestrianising the centre of Ottery St Mary, which would be transformational for the town and its residents. Combining all 4 plots would also allow for the relocation of the football club within one of these 4 plots and its conversion to a modern multi-use facility for the benefit of the whole town. This, ladies and gentlemen, concludes my presentation, but I'm of course open to questions if there are any.
Thank you very much for that presentation, really helpful, thank you. Councillor Pratt, we come to you first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Skinner, thank you very much for your presentation. I do have some queries about access to the sites. I really am only looking at GHED 35 and GHED 34 at this stage. Could you just explain to me the access arrangements to those 2 sites and whether or not you need any rights of way over the adjoining part of Higher Ridgeway? Yes, that's the road which, or the lane which joins, I think, both sites. But perhaps you could clarify the position on access and whether you need any rights of way.
Well, the public road, as far as I understand it, goes as far along Higher Ridgeway to the allotments. Yeah?
Yes.
And our freehold title includes a right of way, and we've used that Higher Ridgeway for decades to gain access to the fields, as it were, on the left being number 35 and on the right being number 34. We also have access through the football club, should we wish to use it, from North Street. And we also have access, I don't know if you can see it, that inverted, well, that V shape at the bottom, the southern western corner of plot number 34. Yes. We have a right of way from Chineway Road over a dirt track into that corner.
Yes, so in fact, there's a right of way by deed to cover you on that.
Correct.
Yes. Then second point I'd like to raise is you've mentioned these 2 sites would provide 350 dwellings.
Yeah.
this will lead to additional traffic using the narrow roads that lead into the town centre, including the single track highway at Gold Street, which I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
How will you deal with this, with any congestion issues arising or raised by Devon Highways if you put a planning application in?
Well, this is why I talked about looking at all 4 sites as a whole, because I think a relief road from North Street adjacent to the entrance to the football club, curving round through those 3 plots down to the southeastern corner of plot number 34, that would be transformational, because a lot of the residents in the eastern section of Ottery St Mary, the roads could be, I mean, it takes some imagination and obviously some engineering, but it can be done. And that would allow for a lot of the people, even into the new Butts Road development, could be able to access their land from this new relief road. So you would change the whole orientation, if you like, of Ottery St Mary. So this relief road becomes the main feeder road into the eastern half of Ottery St Mary. That would allow you the possibility to create some form of one-way system in the centre of Ottery St Mary, and potentially pedestrianised part of it.
And who would be paying the cost of this?
Well, the economics have not been worked out, but obviously the developer would put forward some money, and presumably highways. I mean, it would be a huge benefit to the town. I don't think anyone could debate that.
Well,
funding,
I agree that it would be a benefit for the town the way it is at the moment, but there is a fair bit of work to be done there, isn't there?
Absolutely. What I'm presenting is a concept that I've known Ottery, as I'm sure everybody has, for many years, and my understanding was to put forward the concept here as opposed to specific funding sources and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much. Councillor
Thank you very much.
Coming to you now, please.
Thank you. Yes. Changing the orientation of Ottery St Mary. It's not clear to me how or where the relief road is proposed. So that's one question. And a further question is the Ottery 12 is in the conservation area, and that hasn't been commented on. And also relocating the football ground, that's obviously a large consideration. So I wondered if you could start by identifying on the plan, which Ed Freeman put up, please, where the relief road is actually proposed, because it's not clear to me from the discussion.
No, I didn't come with a huge array of PowerPoint slides. I'm sorry.
Ed, I'm obviously we're going slightly over with this presentation, but can you just put up the map that you did previously? I think it was the last one of the day. We can slightly go over.
Thank you. So if you look at the western point of Ottery 14, that's Ottery 14 is the football club. Okay, and it joins there you are. It joins North Street right where your arrow is. And my concept would be to engineer a link road west-east through the football club, and then curving round through 35 and through the eastern side of 34. There you go, just like that.
But then, doesn't that mean the traffic will all still come through the centre of Ottery?
No, because if you were trying to access, let us just say, as I say, with a bit of imagination, you could have feeder roads off the relief road going westwards into, for example, if we look at the new Butts Road development, for example, and you're coming from Alphington, you could turn left into what was the football club, follow that curve around, and then turn right down Fairfax Way into the new Butts Road development. So you wouldn't even have to enter North Street, let alone the town. If you were coming from the east via the southern corner of plot number 34, and you lived in the Butts Road development, let's just take that as an example, you would have to go all the way along to the town centre, turn a right, go up past the library and the church, and down North Street and enter the Butts Road development that way. This way, you wouldn't go anywhere near the town centre. You would turn right up through plot 34, go along it towards the football club, and just before you hit the football club, you'd turn left down Fairfax Way into the Butts Road development.
Thank you. Can we now go to Councillor Arnott, please? If we just keep it to 30 seconds each, please.
I'll do you 15, Chair.
Thank you.
Do the football club know this is a possible idea? Thank you.
It's purely conceptual, and we have no wish to dispossess the football club. In fact, we'd like to help them, you know, a bit like you've seen at places like Topsham Rugby Club and so on. You know, it'd be a fantastic opportunity to upgrade the facility. I'm sure that the football club would be the first to admit their facilities aren't state of the art, etc., etc. And this would be, and also the land near Higher Ridgeway, you've got the benefit of relatively flattish land there, although there would be a degree of cut and fill required, but it is relatively flat. At the moment, they've got a pitch that's half within a flood zone. And you know, I know they have issues with waterlogging or very heavy ground and so on. And it would give, and I know there's questions about funding and all the rest of it, but these are opportunities that would not otherwise exist. And with a a 4G pitch or a 3G pitch, it wouldn't then just be necessarily a football club. It would be a genuine community club where netball and hockey and so on and so forth, and football and rugby, so on, could be used. And you know, so it strikes me as a great opportunity for multi-use within the town. That's not reliant on the school or anything like that.
I'm obviously understanding that we are going significantly over now. Could we take all of the questions from the 3 remaining councillors and then we'll end the meeting there? So Councillor Faithful, we come to you.
Thank you, Chair. Main traffic into Ottry is along Exeter Road. Will you have any impact? Because I think the answer is almost already there, but will you have any impact on that? And the other question for me is, have you got a location to reposition the football club or your sports facilities?
Thanks very much. Councillor Johns, can we come to you next? We'll go through everyone and then come back. So, Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Dan. So my questions are quite simply, Ottry 12 on our map is not only in a conservation area, it's got a number of grade 1 and 2 listed buildings. And it has been stipulated in Ed's report that the road would need widening, etc. Now, I live in Alphington and go into Ottry quite regularly, almost daily. And actually, North Street is one of the biggest issues. And if you diverted the traffic the other way along Butts Road itself, including the new estate, is completely gridlocked 9 times out of 10. Regardless of whether or not you put in a diversion that way, you're just going to send more traffic along that way. If you then come along across the top of Higher Ridgeway, it's basically a single track. It's not a dual track, it's a single track along that way, especially with cars parked along the top. If you then send them down through Patterson Drive, Coleridge Road, etc., you then get to the single track at the bottom of that lane, which is near the primary school. So it will cause absolute bedlam.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bailey, the last question from you, please.
Yeah, it's still not clear to me how this the relief road addresses the problem of congestion within the centre of Ottry, because most traffic comes in and out through Daisy Mount, and through this scheme, the traffic will still come through the centre. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Peter. I just wanted to cover off everyone's before coming back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a concept for further discussion and exploration. The Ottry 12 is obviously in a conservation area, and we're not looking at building houses there or anything like that. It's just, the eastern fringe of it could be used to provide additional parking for the residents of North Street, for example. Yeah, so we could widen the road there, and that would allow some off-road parking, as I say, for the residents of North Street on there. We're not at all thinking of even suggesting building houses or anything on that land, because it is effectively parkland. The relief road, I clearly haven't explained myself properly. It would go through the football club at the moment up and around. It wouldn't go through Butts Road, the housing estate, at all. It would go through where the football pitches are at the moment and then curve around to the southeast, coming out on Chineway Road. Okay, so there would be no congestion in Butts Road or the Red Road development at all, because it would not go through there. The reason it would provide relief to the flow of traffic through the town centre, a lot of that eastern half of Ottery could access their dwellings from that relief road with, but I have to say that obviously, you know, traffic surveys would have to be taken, but it would do nothing to alleviate the traffic coming in from Daisymount. That much is clear. But equally, if you were coming from Exeter and you lived in the eastern half of Ottery, you might choose to travel further along the A30 and come in via Alphington to make use of that relief road rather than have to go through the centre of Ottery.
Thank you very much for that. I think with that, we'll just thank you for your presentation. And indeed, so apologise for the interrogation. But thank you very much for your time. Really appreciated.
Thank you.
I think with that, that brings our meeting to a close. I'd like to thank everyone, including the members of the public, for their attendance, and look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for the exact same thing all over again. Members, can I remind you that Democratic Service Team confirmed that the live streaming and recording has stopped. You can be seen and heard, and any comments may be recorded. Thank you and good evening.